pretty heavy. I just need some time and I'll figure it out myself. Okay?
Sometimes you just need some help. So if you need therapy, find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
I just signed up for Jerry in 45 seconds and saved $73 a month on car insurance. Jerry instantly finds the best quotes from top carriers. They do all of the work to cancel your current policy for free.
Go to getjerry.com.
I never have time to chop vegetables.
I don't want to eat hyper-processed food just because I'm short on time.
Daily Harvest, making it easy to eat more fruits and vegetables daily. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
If it's Friday, this hour, President Biden is leaving southeastern Poland after speaking with U.S. troops near the Ukraine border, while getting his own firsthand look at the growing humanitarian crisis as he prepares to deliver his own major address on the conflict near the war zone. Plus, Russian forces continue their assault on Ukraine and its people, as Mariupol officials finally confirmed that, yes, 300 people appear to have died in that Russian strike on civilians in a theater. And was being used as a shelter, clearly marked with the words children, visible from the air. And later, the growing political feud with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination, as Senate Republicans face questions about their own line of questioning and criticisms of the nation's first black female Supreme Court nominee. Welcome to Meet the Press Daily. I'm Chuck Todd. Right now, President Biden is about to leave for Warsaw for the final leg of his trip to Europe as he confronts a number of challenges, like ending the war in Ukraine, ensuring the security of our NATO allies, and addressing Europe's worst refugee crisis since World War II. Earlier today, the president met with U.S. troops from the 82nd Airborne Division in Poland, highlighting just some of the forces that have been deployed already to bolster the security of NATO's eastern flank.
We're in the midst of, and I don't want to sound too philosophic here, but you're in the midst of a fight between democracies and oligarchs. So what's at stake, not just in what we're doing here in Ukraine to try to help the Ukrainian people and keep the massacre from continuing, but beyond that, what's at stake is what are your kids and grandkids going to look like in terms of their freedom.
The president's visit to southeastern Poland put him just 50 miles from the Ukraine border, which is an active war zone. In fact, some photographers noticed anti-aircraft missiles on alert at the airport as Air Force One touched down. President Biden was also joined by Polish President Duda as he was briefed on the humanitarian response to the war. The White House confirms that President Biden will meet with refugees tomorrow. And the White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Biden will also deliver what they're describing as a major address about the challenges that lie ahead for the West. According to the United Nations, more than 3.7 million Ukrainians have already fled the country since the start of the war. 3.7 million, folks. More than 2 million of them have fled to Poland. And while food, medicine, and other humanitarian relief is now making its way to Ukrainians in some parts of the country, Russia continues its assault on civilian targets. The northern city of Chernihiv is now all but cut off by Russian forces. A local politician posted this video of damage there, and Ukrainian officials say about 300 people died in last week's bombing attack on that theater in the southern city of Mariupol. Again, hundreds of people were using the theater as simply a shelter. NBC News has not been able to independently verify that number of dead. Joining me now is Kelly O'Donnell. She's in Warsaw, Poland, traveling with the president. Richard Engels in Kyiv for us. And then joining me on set is Kirk Volker. He's the former U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations and a former U.S. Ambassador at NATO. He's also a distinguished fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Let me start with Kelly O'Donnell, traveling with the president. Kelly, we heard the president's remarks earlier today. I'm curious, what should we expect in this speech he's giving here? You know, when presidents give formal speeches overseas, they have multiple audiences that they intend to hear those remarks. What should we expect?
Well,
Well, in some ways, Chuck, the president may have tipped a bit of that today when he spoke with the airmen and the paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne, the soldiers from that elite division, because the president talked at times about what was at stake, the existential threat, giving you a sense almost that what's on his mind could be reflected in the remarks tomorrow. But this is a message that is one of the audiences is Vladimir Putin, and trying to show the solidarity, the unity that the president is stressing between the United States, the European allies, the NATO allies, all of the leaders he's been meeting with, unity in terms of how they will stand together to continue to have economic consequences for Russia and military support for Ukraine, humanitarian support for the people being displaced by Putin's unprovoked war. And so certainly Putin is one of the audiences for that. Some of it is for the Ukrainian people. Some of it is for a world audience. And certainly President Zelensky is one of the people who has been imploring world leaders to do more, to stand for peace, to hear the cries of the Ukrainian people. He is one of the audience members. And as always, the president has to speak to the American people who are funding the U.S. component of aid, support, and by seeing the faces of American soldiers today, shaking the hands of some of those people he's put in this part of Europe, plussing up the resources here, that's a part of it, too. So this is one of the more layered trips of all the White House trips I've covered, where you've got so many different components. Yep. All are important, all are complicated, and he's got to juggle it all at once. Chuck?
You know, Kelly, very quickly, you know, Poland and the United States government haven't always been on the same page and on NATO in particular in dealing with Russia in general. And most recently, it was the MiG issue. Unclear why, Poland was ready to do it directly, and then they were like, no, and we still don't know the full backstory there. I noticed it hasn't come up so far in this trip. You expect it to?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if it was a part of the private conversations. We don't have a sense of that. Certainly, even when President Duda, president of Poland, was speaking today, he was emphasizing unity. They seem to have sort of moved on to other kinds of weapon systems at the moment. One of the other interesting things is that Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor, said there is convergence, that's the word he used, among the allies about how they would respond to any chemical or biological attack by Putin or Russia in Ukraine. Not saying what that would be, but suggesting that there is a unified a sense of how they would respond, which is important because as much as there is unity, there are differing opinions about different approaches that the countries should take. So that was notable to me today.
Kelly O'Donnell on the ground for us in Warsaw. Kelly, thank you. Let me move to Richard Engel. He's in the war zone. He's in Kyiv. And Richard, I had a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander say yesterday on this show, General Breedlove, after hearing your report about what appears to be the new Russian strategy, that some of the military strategy seems to be designed for the negotiating table, meaning that it's trying to double down on what they have in the East and trying to harden their forces there. Is that a fair way to look at this? And what do your Ukrainian sources tell you?
So the Russians today just said that they are consolidating their forces in the east. They just announced through the Russian Defense Ministry that the main effort now is to liberate, and that's the terms they use, the entire Donbas region, which is eastern Ukraine. And they say that phase one, they didn't say that if there might be other phases, but saying phase one suggests that there are, is nearly complete. So that does suggest what General Breedlove was saying, that they are trying to hold on to territory, to solidify their gains, to control as much of Ukraine as possible, particularly in areas close to the Russian border, which is eastern Ukraine, potentially for some negotiations, although Ukrainian negotiators just today said that the Russian position in negotiations has gotten harder. And the Ukrainian foreign minister said in a statement that Ukraine has no intention of giving up its sovereignty and no intention of negotiating away the country. So it might be used for negotiation, or Russia might try and keep it, but it seems like it is putting itself in a position to hold territory for some period of time. The two areas I think that are important to watch right now, and you mentioned both of them. The city of Mariupol. Now, Mariupol is in the southeast. It is completely surrounded by Russian forces. It is the only city in that area in the southeast that is still holding out. Much of the city has been taken over by Russia, but there is still a pocket of Ukrainian resistance. The city is paying a tremendous price, and we learned about some of those casualties today when local officials in Mariupol said that 9 days ago, when the Russians struck a theater in the center of the city, they killed 300 people, and as you mentioned, a number we haven't been able to verify. The other city to watch, you also mentioned it, Chernihiv. It's about 100 miles northeast of Kyiv, and they are watching what's happened in Mariupol, and they are fearing that the same thing might happen to them. Chernihiv, which has a population of close to 300,000, is now surrounded on 3 sides. So there is still an entry and exit point, but when you have the Russians surrounding you on 3 sides, it clearly is a very dangerous situation for the people.
All right, Richard Engel in Kyiv for us. As always, Richard, thank you. And of course, please stay safe. Let me bring in Ambassador Volker. Ambassador, thank you for coming in. And let's start with, what would negotiations look like at this point, right? And what's your sense of what the Zelensky government is even comfortable negotiating?
Well, at this stage, I think the Ukrainians have very much toughened up their position for a variety of reasons. The Russians have been absolutely brutal in attacking Ukraine. They've killed thousands of people. There's 10 million people on the move, 3 million in other countries. So the Ukrainian government is saying this has to end. The Russians have to get out. So that's their basic line here. Right. The Russians, on the other hand, are still not giving up. They are saying, we want Ukraine to surrender. We want to take territory. We want recognition that Crimea is part of Russia. We want recognition of Donbass as 2 independent states. So the Russians aren't really negotiating seriously either.
Let me ask this. I mean, it does feel as if, though, that there's a point where, Zelensky's backed off a little bit on NATO membership, right? Are we going to be in the uncomfortable position, and I mean we, I'm speaking for NATO, the West, where we may have to accept the deal that he takes that may give Putin more than we're willing to accept?
I don't think so. I think, in fact, what I've been hearing in the last couple of days is pressure the other way around.
Just the opposite.
From some of our allies telling Zelensky, you need to cut a deal, you need to give away some territory, this is too much. And Zelensky refusing to do it because he is now in a position where he both militarily has stopped the Russians. It's been a month now, and they have stopped the Russians. And his people are looking at him, and he can't let them down by saying, okay, now we're going to give things away.
I think about your experience with Ukraine. I'm curious, compare now to even 10 years ago. I mean, it does feel as if there really is a Ukrainian sovereignty that I think the Russians don't.
go اجماع درت كذم شكتي كوندون منن از نزرا خلكي كلمتنا از بيتشتي فخورم بين نظري فخورم ناع اقج مرقو مجتمعنا ركت شكتي يكون الخو كريد ماشي ورياضاك
Fridays on Peacock. By the way, catch up with other seasons, too, while you're there. Up next, we learn from the fiery confirmation hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as Republicans press the first black female Supreme Court nominee on issues tied to race and crime. You're watching Meet the Press Daily.
The General Insurance presents Ordering a Sandwich with Shaq and Hall of Fame announcer Michael Buffer.
I'm going to have roast beef. What do you want, Michael?
Let's get ready for pastrami on rye.
Turns out, Michael Buffer talks like that all the time. And it turns out, The General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years.
Spicy Dijon mustard.
For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, make the right call and go with The General.
The General Auto Insurance Services, Inc., Insurance Agency, Nashville, Tennessee. Some restrictions apply.
En Lowe's, cada pro es un MVP, sin importar tu profesión o el tamaño de tu negocio. Obtén ganancias por tus compras, ofertas exclusivas y recompensas cuando compras pintura. Inscríbete al programa de recompensas y sociedad MVPs para pros de Lowe's. Requiere compra mínima, recompensas en pintura y ganancias en compras otorgadas en tarjetas de regalo electrónicas de Lowe's. Aplican exclusiones, restricciones y más términos. Válido hasta el 12/31/22. Visita Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Sujeto a cambio solo en Estados Unidos.
Power Penny days are back, just in time for spring at JCPenney. Stock up on wardrobe staples to home essentials, like tees for the family, select styles starting at $7. Soak up the savings with $5 Home Expressions quick-dry bath towels in an array of colors. Or use your coupon to save an extra 25% store-wide. Incredible prices, spectacular savings. Hurry, end Sunday. JCPenney. Offers and coupon valid 3/24 to 3/27. Some exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details. Power Penny deals excluded from coupon.
Career Builder is made for people who have that thing. You know, those superpowers that make you good at your job, the skills you bring to work. And Career Builder knows those skills make you right for other jobs too. Higher paying jobs with benefits. Jobs you never thought of trying. Are you a people person? Work from home as a customer service rep? Are you organized and like driving? Become a delivery driver. You have the skills it takes, and CareerBuilder.com has the jobs to get you hired fast. Visit CareerBuilder.com.
If you're a sports fan, filling your time between games can be excruciating. Thankfully, TuneIn has a full slate of podcasts so you can hear sports content any time of day on any device. Listen to Undisputed with Skip and Shannon.
That's what I was able to say. You care about winning, right? That's what you said.
ESPN's First Take.
So, Stephen A., that was you on NBA Countdown
The
Saturday.
Bill Simmons Podcast for sports, A-list interviews, and more.
What it means when somebody's in year 19 and he's played.
No matter what your favorite sports podcast is, hear it here on TuneIn.
I think it's just vapor.
Vaping is safer than smoking, isn't it?
There's really not even that much nicotine in them, right?
One vape pod has as much nicotine as one pack of cigarettes.
My kid
knows it's dangerous. 5.4 million American kids vape, and most think it's harmless. Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org. That's talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Build savings. Build dreams.
Welcome back. It was an emotionally and politically charged week of historic confirmation hearings in the United States Senate as Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson faced questioning from the Senate Judiciary Committee. Some Republican lawmakers used their time as an opportunity to fight culture war battles on national television, perhaps appealing to just a small part of the base on the right, attempting to frame Judge Jackson as soft on crime, somehow sympathetic to pedophiles, and a left-wing activist. Democrat Cory Booker used his time to remind Judge Jackson the Republican attacks did not take away from the historic moment or the hard work that got her the nomination.
This is what you and I know. Any one of us senators could yell as loud as we want that Venus can't return a serve. We could yell as loud as we want that Beyonce can't sing. We could yell as much as we want that astronaut Mae Jemison didn't go all that high. But you know what? They got nothing to prove. As it says in the Bible, let the work I've done speak for me. Well, you have spoken. They're going to accuse you of this and that. Heck, in honor of your person who shares your birthday, you might be called a communist. But don't worry, my sister. Don't worry. God has got you. And how do I know that? Because you're here. And I know what it's taken for you to sit in that seat.
I'm joined now by former Senator Carol Moseley Braun. She was the first black woman to hold a United States Senate seat. She also served on the Judiciary Committee during the confirmation hearings of 2 Supreme Court justices. Senator, I really appreciate you coming on, and I just want to get your reaction. You have a unique experience. You had a unique, perhaps you went through some things that people are wondering, why did she have to go through that as a freshman senator and not others? And I'm just curious what your thoughts were as you watched this week.
Chuck, thank you so much for having me. I am delighted to be here and to have a chance to comment on this historic nomination. I jumped the gun on that one. But Judge Jackson is eminently qualified, and quite frankly, hers should be a bulletproof nomination. It should have just flown through the Senate. And I hate to say that I'm afraid the political climate has changed sufficiently that people see this as an opportunity for political theater to make points with a narrow base. I mean, they're appealing to the worst instincts of the American people. And quite frankly, as a country, I believe we've moved past that. I mean, these kind of racist tropes they're coming up with haven't worked for, 50 years? But quite frankly, if you look at it this way, I mean, she has comported herself with such dignity, such class, such composure. I've been so proud of her because frankly, were it me, unfortunately, I've got a shorter fruit.
by Bill Clinton, appointed by Barack Obama.
It's an important piece of information. We've decided it's important.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't used to be. You know, I mean, I was thinking back to the way those stories used to read.
Did they not always?
No, they didn't always.
That's
have
interesting.
That in there. No, because it wasn't always.
I'm just curious. Was that an editorial decision that was made? Do you feel like?
I feel like
you remember when that
kind of happened organically. Yeah. Now that we're talking about it, I'll go back and research
I think
it.
it's
and
a
the
great,
next time we'll talk about it.
I think that's a great.
I'm fascinated.
The way I would think about it also, like, look, if you're a Red Sox fan, you're a Red Sox fan, Yankees fan, Yankees fan. But if you're doing the minor league scores, they do the exact same thing. There's AAA affiliate of the Yankees, of the Red Sox. There's an identification there that I think it's a little bit more tribal. I know you might not. Yeah,
I hear you. Yeah. I will say this: at least on the district level, we seem to get some, that there's at least some surprises. Let me ask you this. I feel like that the Senate Judiciary Committee now seems to attract political theatrics.
Yes.
How do we stop it?
I think that's way too far gone. It's like bringing Congress with C-SPAN, right? These guys. I mean, look, no, the way you stop it is don't show them all day on cable news, right? Like exactly.
I know. Like I'm not a censor guy, but I hear you.
But no, that's how it is, right? Like they know, and we saw this with Democrats last time, Republicans this time. They get their 30 minutes, and they do what they do.
Politics.
It's all performative, you know, and it wasn't about. There were remarkably few questions designed to actually elicit new information.
Look, I'm previewing something we're going to have on Sunday. There were twice as many references to child pornography than abortion at a Supreme Court nominee fight. What child pornography cases before the Supreme Court in the next 20 years? By the way, are you concerned, Matt, that there's this growing thing with the QAnon, you know, 25% of Republicans sort of buy into some of these QAnon things?
Ми продовжуємо відбивати техніку. Російський танк заведений. Наші пацани, апостол красавчик. Завели російський танк, і тепер він буде нашим. Апостол, ну що там? Нас отжали!
Вот ваши хлам. Видите? Это русский БМП, который мы хуярим. Это там ваши танки были там туда. Понадобится вам, заберите.
Донецк, 25 марта.
All right, so far we took out 7 Russian tanks. After a long firefight, we took control of the area. Right now we're going to just kind of sweep around and see what we got left. Some stragglers, take them out, call it a day. It's been a long day. It's been a long day, baby. All right.
А у нас є цей шанс. Литва за нас, Латвія за нас, Естонія за нас, Польща за нас, Франція. Еммануель, я дуже вірю, що ви будете за нас. Словенія за нас, Словаччина за нас, Чехія за нас, Румунія знає, що таке гідність, а отже у вирішальний момент буде за нас. Болгарія за нас, Греція вірю, що з нами, Німеччина я трошки пізніше. Португалія, ну практично. Хорватія за нас. Швеція, жовто-сині завжди мають бути разом. Фінляндія знає, що ви з нами. Нідерланди за раціональних, тож знайдемо спільну мову. Мальта, вірю, що вдасться. Данія, вірю, що вдасться. Люксембург, ми розуміємо одне одного. Кіпр, дуже вірю, що з нами. Італія, дякую за підтримку. Іспанія, знайдемо спільну мову. Бельгія, знайдемо аргументи. Австрія, разом з українцями, для вас це можливості. Я впевнений в цьому. Ірландія, ну практично. Угорщина. Я хочу зупинитись тут і бути відвертим один раз і назавжди. Ви маєте самі вирішити, за кого ви. Ви суверенна держава. Я був в Будапешті, я обожнюю ваше місто. Я був багато разів. Дуже красиво, дуже дешево, душевно. І такі самі люди. У вас були трагічні моменти в житті. Я був на вашій набережній, я бачив цей меморіал взуття на річці Дунай про масові вбивства. Я був своєю сім'єю. Послухай, Вікторе, знаєш, що відбувається в Маріуполі? Будь ласка, якщо зможеш, сходи на свою набережну. Подивись на те взуття. І ти побачиш, як масові вбивства можуть повторюватись в сучасному світі. І це сьогодні робить Росія. Те саме взуття в Маріуполі. Там такі ж самі люди. Дорослі. І діти. І дідусі, і бабусі. І їх там тисячі. І цих тисяч вже немає. А ти вагаєшся вводити санкції або ні? Вагаєшся пропускати зброю або ні? Вагаєшся торгувати з Росією або ні? Немає часу вагатись. Час вже вирішувати. Ми віримо в вас. Нам потрібна ваша підтримка. Ми віримо в твій народ. Ми віримо в Європейський Союз. І ми віримо, що в вирішальний момент Німеччина також буде з нами. Дякую. Слава Україні!
Yeah, buddy. 1, 2, 3, 4 Russian tanks taken out. Call that a good day. Yeah, buddy.
Поэтому нафиг он тебе надо, воно хер буде котитися. Нормально.
окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, потроху покладуться їх на інкару.
Байрактар! Байрактар! Байрактар!
Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, шоколадка позорно придовбані щит, та трохи у шах берегівся навалу. Сходу приптались до нас барани, для вас та варення і літай штани, найкращий пастух баранячий кота.
Байрактар! Байрактар!
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, потроху покладуться їх на інкару.
Байрактар! Байрактар!
This trial was. The FBI had already been investigating that billionaire, so the agents contacted the doctor who hosted the fundraiser, and they say he told them where the money came from, and then with the FBI listening, called Fortenberry and told him about the source of the money. But when he was questioned by the FBI, Congressman Fortenberry said he had no idea that he was given these contributions illegally, and in fact, the FBI says he continued to ask that doctor to host another fundraiser. The congressman's lawyer had argued that Fortenberry had no duty to accept as fact what the doctor told him, or as they put it in court documents, what the government conveyed to him through an informant phone call. So you're right, Fortenberry says he'll appeal, but as you note, Kevin McCarthy has said he should resign, and so has the Republican governor of Nebraska.
Pete Williams, live for us in our Washington newsroom. Pete, thank you. Coming up next, who our team is still keeping tabs on as more senators say how they're going to vote on Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson, and what former President Donald Trump is planning tomorrow and who he's making those plans with when he heads to a key state he lost to President Biden.
En Lowe's, cada pro es un MVP sin importar el tamaño de tu negocio. Obtén ganancias por tus compras, ofertas exclusivas y recompensas cuando compras pintura. Inscríbete hoy mismo al programa de recompensas y sociedad MVPs para pros de Lowe's. Requiere compra mínima, recompensas en pintura y ganancias en compras otorgadas en tarjetas de regalo electrónicas de Lowe's. Aplican exclusiones, restricciones y más términos. Válido hasta el 12/31/22. Visita Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Term. Sujeto a cambio solo en Estados Unidos.
Power Penny days are back, just in time for spring at JCPenney. Stock up on wardrobe staples to home essentials, like tees for the family, select styles starting at $7. Soak up the savings with $5 Home Expressions quick dry bath towels in an array of colors. Or use your coupon to save an extra 25% store-wide. Incredible prices, spectacular savings. Hurry, ends Sunday. JCPenney. Offers and coupon valid 3/24 to 3/27. Some exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details. Power Penny deals excluded from coupon.
You can unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. And with Rocket Mortgage, you can unlock thousands in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up. So when you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 833-8ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started.
Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
Nerds! Dreaming of a change of pace? Let NerdWallet help you compare your way from here to there. Compare investing accounts to expand your portfolio and your horizons. Then, use NerdWallet to compare mortgage rates for a home with peace and quiet built in. Compare your way there. Find the smartest financial products for you on NerdWallet. NerdWallet Compare Inc. NMLS 1617539. NerdWallet is not an investment advisor nor an investment broker. Information is for educational purposes only.
Love living in a rural community where neighbors help neighbors, even if we don't always agree on sports teams, politics, or the COVID-19 vaccines. We all have our opinions. Getting vaccinated is your choice, and no one can make your mind up for you. Talk to your healthcare provider about your questions to help make a decision that's right for you. GetVaccineAnswers.org has the latest information to help you decide. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
Want to know a great way to discover new things to listen to on TuneIn? Follow at TuneIn on social media. From marquee events in sports and politics to breaking news stories.
So CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman is joining us now for more insight into
to cool new podcasts and radio stations we love.
People want to see the anger.
Yeah.
And you know.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about the audio you want to hear about.
If you're a sports fan, filling your time between games can be excruciating. Thankfully, TuneIn has a full slate of podcasts so you can hear sports content any time of day on any device. Listen to Undisputed with Skip and Shannon.
That's what I was able to say. You care about winning, right? That's what you said.
ESPN's First Take.
So, Stephen A., that was you on NBA Countdown Saturday.
The Bill Simmons Podcast for sports, A-list interviews, and more.
What it means when somebody's in year 19 and he's played.
No matter what your favorite sports podcast is, hear it here on TuneIn.
Looking for the musical equivalent of a deep tissue massage? Chill on TuneIn is your home for smooth beats, soothing singers, and calming melodies, so you can relax to the max. Search Chill on TuneIn to listen. Chill on TuneIn. Them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspercream.
All right, we're getting some new details in this afternoon that gives us more of a sign of whether Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will become Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And her nomination got a boost today from Senator Joe Manchin, who says, confirming he is a yes, the West Virginia senator, saying in part, after closely monitoring her testimony and questioning before the Judiciary Committee this week, I have determined I intend to vote for her nomination to serve on the Supreme Court. So this means so far that 0 Democrats have said they'll vote no. That is good news for the judge and for the White House, because more and more Republicans are coming out against her nomination. NBC's Leanne Caldwell is on the Hill for us. And Leanne, listen, it would have been more shocking if it would have been earthquake level shocking, right? If Joe Manchin came out and said he was going to vote against the president's Supreme Court nominee. He's voted for, I think, all his other judicial nominees. However, it is still significant that we now know, okay, he's a check mark in the yes column, right? You got to think Democrats are breathing somewhat of a sigh of relief here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Any additional votes that Ketanji Brown Jackson gets, that's best for Democrats. They want this vote to be as bipartisan and as robust as possible. It is not, though, bipartisan just yet. They are still checking off all of the Democrats. Senator Joe Manchin was a big one, even though historically he likes to give deference to the president on their nominations. And so, like you said, this was expected. We're still waiting, though, on Senator Kyrsten Sinema, another centrist, this time from Arizona. She's giving zero indication that she is going to oppose Ketanji Brown Jackson. It's very likely that she's going to support her. She just hasn't announced her decision yet. There are, though, some Republicans, Hallie, that we are still waiting on. People like Senator Susan Collins of Maine and Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. Lisa Murkowski is up for re-election this year. She has a tough Republican primary challenger that she has to overcome. But they tend to also vote for nominees, and they have yet given any indication on how they're going to vote. Another person that we're watching really closely is Senator Lindsey Graham. He is the Republican on the Judiciary Committee. He sat through those hearings, who could potentially vote for her. But after the hearings this week, it seems like it is extremely unlikely. He was very tough on Judge Jackson. He still has a grudge about how Brett Kavanaugh was treated by Democrats. And so he brought that up in the hearing over and over again. And so while he says, wait and see, I haven't decided or I haven't yet announced how he's going to vote yet, all indications point to the fact that he's going to oppose her. Republican leadership tell me that there will be probably a couple Republicans who do support Ketanji Brown Jackson, but it's probably just going to be a couple, maybe a few, but not many more than that, Hallie.
Leanne Caldwell, live for us on the Hill. Leanne, thank you for that. Yep. So tomorrow, former President Donald Trump is heading to a state he lost. He lost in 2020 in hopes that if he does run again in 2024, thank you, Leanne Caldwell, that he will be able to turn things around. He's holding a rally on Saturday with some candidates he's endorsed ahead of that state's Republican primary coming up in a few months in May. But a lot of the folks who you won't see on stage have something in common. They refuse the former president's push to try to overturn the legitimate 2020 election results in Georgia. You remember, the former president infamously pressured incumbent Governor Brian Kemp and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to, in his words, find votes, and name him the winner of the Georgia race. They didn't. They also didn't get his endorsement in the upcoming primaries. No shocker there. I want to bring in Greg Bluestein, political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, MSNBC political contributor, of course, and author of a new book, Flipped: How Georgia Turned Purple and Broke the Monopoly on Republican Power. You're the absolute best person to write that book, Greg, I think. I'm glad you're on. Talk about the message that Donald Trump is trying to send here in Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, he's heading down here to endorse and support his growing list of endorsements, a group that now includes several virtually unknown candidates for down-ticket races who he just endorsed in the last couple of weeks. What we're seeing is Trump's attempt to exact revenge on Governor Brian Kemp. It's morphing into an all-out effort to punish the governor's closest allies now, and it is no sure thing. I mean, a lot of the candidates he's endorsed are virtually unknown, and are going up against strong incumbents who have been in office and who have mounted their campaigns now for years.
We know that some Republicans want Donald Trump's endorsement, right? But a recent NBC News poll showed Republican voters are now more loyal to the party than to the former president, which is a total 180 from when he was in office. You look at David Perdue, right, who's been endorsed by Donald Trump. He's trailing Governor Kemp for that nomination there. Do you think in Georgia specifically, and I'm talking specifically to your state here, Greg, does the Trump endorsement help or hurt, or do we still not know?
The jury is still out on that question, but I think Georgia's the biggest test of Trump's influence in the entire nation, not just by the fact that he's endorsed 7 candidates here, but by the fact that he is endorsing candidates in very tough battles where his word and his loyalty and the loyalty to Trump among the Republican Party will be very much tested. This is seen as somewhat of a rescue effort for David Perdue, who is trailing Governor Kemp by, as you just saw, double digits in some polls and struggling in fundraising. With the Georgia primary less than 2 months away, Perdue is under immense pressure to gain some sort of traction, and Donald Trump is his best bet right now. That is his ace card. He's played it, and he's playing it over and over again. He's got nothing else really to lose than to doubling down on Donald Trump as much as he can.
You have to think that the numbers you just showed on screen, Greg, the polling currently as it stands in that Republican primary, burn up Donald Trump when he sees it, right? Because he, as you detail in your book, has had this rivalry now with Governor Kemp ever since the 2020 race.
Yeah, and it's sort of a one-sided rivalry because Governor Kemp has not said a bad word about Donald Trump whatsoever because he knows he'll alienate a big part of the Republican electorate here. But instead, it's Donald Trump who feels like Governor Kemp didn't do enough
Washington,
to overturn
D.C.,
to
the world is
the
watching the
outcome of
trucker
Georgia's election,
convoy.
even though the governor had no
Hold
power
the
to do
line
so. And he's bent on that. He's vowed, as a year and a half ago, to be back in Georgia right now to defeat Governor Kemp. And unfortunately, well, I guess the problem he's facing right now is that Governor Kemp is strong in the polls. He's doing well in fundraising, and he's got the media attention. He's about to sign a raft of bills, many of which are going to be compelling and energizing to conservative voters. That's what David Perdue is up against right now. You can't count David Perdue out, but Governor Kemp has all the advantages working in his favor.
Is there any reason to believe that tomorrow's rally won't simply be an extension of what we have seen from former President Trump on the trail so far, which is essentially an airing of invented grievances? What are you going to be looking for?
An extension of those grievances, and I'm going to be looking for Republican candidates here in Georgia amplifying those. Already today, or already this week, we've seen David Perdue go a step further and say he didn't lose that Senate race in 2021. That's the first time I've heard him say that. So we're going to hear some other candidates go even beyond their previous rhetoric and amplifying Donald Trump's lies.
Of course, fact check. David Perdue did lose. Greg Bluestein, thank you so much for being on with us. I know you got a busy weekend ahead of you. Appreciate you being here. Next up, we're turning back to what's happening overseas in Ukraine and the nightmare refugees are living through as they hold on to a better future for their families. You're going to hear the story of one family who has had to escape 2 wars in less than 8 months. That's coming up in just a minute.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey.
Over 1 million people have turned to Upstart for personal loans. Our online platform enables fast and easy access to the funds you need. Whether it's for credit card debt consolidation or to pay bills, you can check your rate in as little as 5 minutes without affecting your credit score. Loans start at $1,000 and go up to $50,000. And you may even get your funds in as fast as 1 business day. Go to upstart.com to check your rate. That's upstart.com. It's that easy. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application.
Bring on spring with Lowe's and the Ego Power Load Trimmer with Line IQ technology. A trimmer so smart it loads the line with the push of a button and automatically maintains it without bumping. Get the power of gas without the noise, fuss, and fumes. Plus, the same battery powers over 50 Ego tools, including mowers, blowers, and more. Make your yard happy this spring. Shop in-store or online at Lowe's.com. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. U.S. only.
You can unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. And with Rocket Mortgage, you can unlock thousands in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up. So when you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 833-8ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started.
Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
Not sure what to play next? In the time it takes to listen to this ad, you could be checking out TuneIn's social media feed to discover the latest featured audio. While you're there, make sure to follow us to hear about the next great thing playing in the app.
Your favorite audio lives on TuneIn. Mad Money with Jim Cramer.
I'll be one of my friends. I'm just trying to make some money. My job is not just to entertain you, but to educate and teach you. So at the end of it,
Greeny.
James Harden is sitting out games left and right that it certainly feels like if they mattered more, he'd be playing. Durant is hurt, and what can you do about that?
Omega. No matter what your favorite audio is, hear it here on TuneIn.
Looking for the musical equivalent of a deep tissue massage? Chill on TuneIn is your home for smooth beats, soothing singers, and calming melodies, so you can relax to the max. Search Chill on TuneIn to listen. Chill on TuneIn.
If you're a sports fan, filling your time between games can be excruciating. Thankfully, TuneIn has a full slate of podcasts so you can hear sports content any time of day on any device. Listen to Undisputed with Skip and Shannon.
That's what I was able to say. You care about winning, right? That's what you said.
ESPN's First Take.
So, Stephen A., that was you on NBA Countdown Saturday.
Bill Simmons Podcast for sports, A-list interviews, and more.
What it means when somebody's in year 19 and he's played.
No matter what your favorite sports podcast is, Hear it here on TuneIn.
President Biden meeting with Ukrainian refugees in Poland tomorrow and with humanitarian workers today as more than half of Ukraine's kids, 4 million of them, are now displaced. For some context, that's more than the entire population of Los Angeles, right? More than 3.5 million Ukrainians have left the country altogether since the start of the war, most going to places like Poland, Romania, and Hungary. And we want to share the story of one refugee family in particular. This is Fatima Hosseini. I actually met her last summer when she came here to the United States. That's her and her family on screen. After she fled Kabul in Afghanistan when the Taliban took over that city. That's her home. And you know where they built their new life? Yeah, Ukraine. Fatima's family, 2 times now in 1 year, dropping everything because war, 2 different wars, destroyed their home. Here's more of her story. When the war in Ukraine started, journalist Fatima Hosseini knew she had to get her family to safety fast.
My parents, when I was talking to them, they were like, the situation in Ukraine is really getting ugly, so you better do something. And I was like, I don't know what to do.
It's a dangerous journey, like one she knows all too well, after escaping her home in Afghanistan last summer when the Taliban took control of Kabul. She says she was tear-gassed and sexually assaulted. But with the help of a friend and both U.S. and foreign military personnel, she finally boarded a plane to safety to Ukraine, her family joining her in Kyiv less than a week later. I met her last fall, an Afghan refugee now living in the U.S., but her family, mom, dad, brother, baby sister, stayed behind in Ukraine. What did you say to those special forces, to the woman who was working with them that helped get you out and that later helped get your family out, too?
To be honest, I'm thankful, I'm grateful. They saved my life. If they wouldn't be there, I don't know what would happen to me.
Now, Fatima's family is reliving a nightmare all over again, leaving Kyiv just a couple weeks ago as the Russians advanced. You and your family are refugees of one war, and now here they are becoming refugees of a second war in less than 8 months' time. Fatima scrambled, reaching out to friends and strangers, anyone who could get her family to the train station.
I could not sleep for 3 straight nights, and during daytime, I kept drinking coffee to keep myself awake so that there wouldn't be a moment that I would miss any calls.
With the help of a Ukrainian friend, the family got on a train heading west towards the Polish border, reliving some of those now familiar chaotic scenes.
It was so packed that my mother called me crying, saying that, you know, when the gate of the train opened, people literally were falling down the train because it was so full.
Fatima says with the kindness of volunteers and friends, her family made their way to Lviv and then to the Ukrainian-Polish border. But then she lost contact.
I did not talk to them for, I think, 3 hours. And then I received a text from my brother saying they crossed the border and they're in Poland. I was crying that moment.
The UN says more than 3.6 million people in Ukraine have crossed the border into neighboring countries like Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. Families separated, kids leaving behind their schools, their friends, homes destroyed by Russian artillery. As of mid-March, the International Organization for Migration said 162,000 foreign nationals, like Fatima's family, had escaped Ukraine. She says her mom, dad, brother, and sister are now safe in Warsaw, their final destination, Canada. Safe, thanks, Fatima says, to the kindness of strangers.
People are amazing. They just want to help, and that's beautiful.
So many people do just want to help. Fatima says that she is really looking forward to reuniting with her family once they make it to Canada. We'll keep you updated on her story. We want to talk now about the other refugees who are dealing with so much in and around Poland and Ukraine. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who is in Poland for us. And this is a city where you are, Dasha, taking in a huge number of Ukrainian refugees. And I know you've had an opportunity to get out there and to talk to some of them and to hear about their experiences. Tell us more.
Well, Hallie, what we've been seeing here today is what I think President Biden has really come to understand about this country and its people, just how much Poland has stepped up and gone above and beyond to help their neighbors. Earlier today, we were in a refugee processing center that just a few weeks ago was a shopping mall, but the businesses cleared out, and instead the space got filled with cots, with doctors, with donated clothing, donated food, and some heartbreaking stories, Hallie, including one mother named Lira. She fled from the Donetsk region with her 10-month-old baby and had to leave her husband and much of her family behind. She's also, Hallie, 10 months pregnant. She's 6 months pregnant. She's 6 months pregnant with a 10-month-old and expecting a baby in June. And I want to just play you a moment of our conversation to just understand what it's like to be a mother, an expecting mother in this situation. Just take a minute to sit with Lira here.
You have one little girl, и будет второе, you're going to have a second one.
Yeah, it will be a boy.
Почему ты плачешь, Варя?
I just want to go home.
It's so hard to have these conversations, Hallie, but this is what people are going through. It is all too real. Lira's sister said it's one thing to watch it on TV. It's another thing completely to experience it, to flee from your home, hearing Russian artillery in the background and just praying that you and your children will get across the border safely. They are safe. Her and her sister have now left to go to Italy. They don't know what their lives are going to be like from here or when they're going to get home, which is really all they want right now, Hallie.
It's just gut-wrenching, I know, Dasha, to see it, and I'm sure to be there and to be talking with these folks. I'm so glad you're bringing us their stories. Thank you so much for being with us live from Poland. I appreciate it. And thanks to all of you for watching this hour of Hallie Jackson Reports. You can find us on Twitter at Hallie on MSNBC, and you can find me on show number 2 over on our streaming platform, NBC News Now, tonight and every weeknight at 5 o'clock Eastern. I'll see you then. But for now, Deadline White House starts right after the break.
Bring on spring with Lowe's and the Ego Power Load Trimmer with Line IQ technology. A trimmer so smart it loads the line with the push of a button and automatically maintains it without bumping. Get the power of gas without the noise, fuss, and fumes. Plus, the same battery powers over 50 Ego tools, including mowers, blowers, and more. Make your yard happy this spring. Shop in-store or online at Lowe's.com. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. U.S. only.
You can unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. And with Rocket Mortgage, you can unlock thousands in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up. So when you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 8338-ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started.
Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
Over 1 million people have turned to Upstart for personal loans. Our online platform enables fast and easy access to the funds you need. Whether it's for credit card debt consolidation or to pay bills, you can check your rate in as little as 5 minutes without affecting your credit score. Loans start at $1,000 and go up to $50,000. And you may even get your funds in as fast as 1 business day. Go to Upstart.com to check your rate. That's Upstart.com. It's that easy. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application.
If you're a sports fan, filling your time between games can be excruciating. Thankfully, TuneIn has a full slate of podcasts so you can hear sports content any time of day on any device. Listen to Undisputed with Skip and Shannon.
That's what I was there to say. You care about winning, right? That's what you said.
ESPN's First Take.
So, Stephen A., that was you on NBA Countdown Saturday.
Bill Simmons Podcast for sports, A-list interviews, and more.
What it means when somebody's in year 19 and he's played.
No matter what your favorite sports podcast is, hear it here on TuneIn.
You've got style, and we've got the soul you need. TuneIn Soul Groove is here to smooth out your day with the vibes of the 70s. Love those Motown love songs? Hear them here.
I've got sunshine on a cloud.
Want those velvety smooth vibes from Marvin Gaye? We got you. Catch the best in classic R&B and soul and find your moves on TuneIn's Soul Groove.
Looking to keep your listening fresh? Well, it's easy. Follow TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the latest and greatest new audio. You'll be the first to learn about breaking news headlines as they unfold.
It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on...
Hear about the biggest live sports events before they happen.
Can't tell you how proud I am of our players, our team.
And discover exciting new stations and podcasts to keep your listening fresh.
And I can hear you. I can see you giving me the hand on this.
Get social and listen better with TuneIn.
Love to listen.
Hey, it's Bruno Mars.
You're in the right place. Sound.
Hi there. It is 4 o'clock in New York. I'm Chris Jansing in for Nicole Wallace. President Biden making a show of solidarity with Western allies and putting a spotlight on the humanitarian catastrophe caused by the war in Ukraine with a visit to Poland. Earlier today, he visited a Polish town just an hour from the Ukrainian border, meeting with U.S. service members stationed there. He also got a briefing on humanitarian efforts. Poland has accepted nearly 2 million of the more than 3.6 million people who have fled Ukraine. President Biden will meet with some of those refugees tomorrow and deliver a major address on the war in Ukraine, which has become the biggest foreign policy crisis of his presidency and potentially a defining moment for the United States and its allies. The president talked about the stakes of the crisis during his visit with U.S. service members today. Here's a bit of what he told them.
What you're engaged in is much more than just whether or not you can alleviate the pain and suffering of the people of Ukraine. We're in a new phase. Your generation, we're at an inflection point. About every 4 or 5 generations that comes along and changes, fundamental change takes place. The world ain't going to be the same, not because of Ukraine, but I'm not going to be the same 10, 15 years from now in terms of our organizational structures. And the question is, who's going to prevail? Are democracy's going to prevail and the values we share, or autocracy's going to prevail? And that's really what's at stake.
And the New York Times reports on the mix of fear and opportunity felt by President Biden and NATO leaders right now. Here's what they write. The fear is that the aftermath of the invasion has rapidly transformed Europe into 2 armed camps once again, though this time the Iron Curtain looks very different. The opportunity is that 30 days into a misbegotten war, Russia has already made so many mistakes that some of the NATO leaders believe that if the West plays the next phase right, President Vladimir Putin of Russia may fail at his objective of taking all of Ukraine. That sense of opportunity and the stunning, once unthinkable possibility that Putin's invasion may fail is fueled in part by a series of new facts. First, a Pentagon official says that the city of Kherson, the first major city Russia captured in the war, is no longer fully in their control. Ukrainians putting up stiff resistance there. The Pentagon believes that Russia is also bringing in reinforcements for the first time since the invasion began. And today, signs that Russia might be scaling back its operation. The New York Times reports that Russian military leaders said they would focus on taking over the eastern Donbas region, which has been claimed by Russian-backed separatists since 2014. We should say that Western and Ukrainian officials are treating that announcement with some caution, given the ongoing devastation of Ukraine's cities and, of course, the soaring civilian death toll. Ukrainian officials now say 300 people were killed in that airstrike on the theater in Mariupol that was converted into a shelter. NBC News has not independently verified that claim. Video shown here from inside the theater, well, you see dozens of people covered in dust and debris. And Sky News spoke to evacuees from Mariupol, some of whom braved the journey through Russian checkpoints in battered cars with signs that read, "Children." Take a listen to a young mother who fled Mariupol with her family.
I don't know really how to describe it.
because you don't know, will you be alive in a minute or no? Will your son will be alive or no? One night, he said to me, my son, he is 10 years old. Sorry, just 1 minute. He asked me, Mom, will I see my birthday in August or no? Will I be alive? And I didn't know what to say to him.
Joining our coverage, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell live in Warsaw, and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi live from Lviv, Ukraine. You cannot listen to that mother and her report of what her child asked her without having your heart break, Ali. The president was just over 100 miles away from where you are right now. Are people there able to follow, even that the president is there? And based on so many conversations you've had with people who are fleeing, what's the president likely to hear from refugees when he meets with them tomorrow?
Hi, Chris. Well, I can tell you, speaking to many Ukrainian peoples here, there is a sense of solidarity that President Biden is so close by, and they are grateful for all the humanitarian aid, the money, the weapons that the United States have given and that NATO has given. But they keep saying it's just not enough. They need more to fight the Russians. They say that they're running low on supplies, on ammunition, that they need those MiGs, that they need those S-300 defensive systems. And they are really desperate. Look, these guys are holding a really strong fight against an army that's much more formidable than theirs. And they think that especially NATO has done far too little, far too late to help them, considering that they are on the border countries with NATO. I spoke to one ex-military guy here who was training some guys that are, fighting on the Ukraine's similar to the National Guard here. And he basically was echoing what Zelensky was saying. Many people echo what Zelensky was saying, that, this fight just doesn't stop in Ukraine. If Putin isn't stopped, this terror could come to every home in Europe, that they are caught in a gray zone between the West and Russia, and that they are fighting this fight not just for themselves, but for the West as well. And as for your question about what President Biden might hear from the refugees, he's going to hear some real horror stories, just like we heard right now. They are living in appalling conditions, especially the people that have managed to flee the east of the country, cities like Mariupol, which has been ultimately destroyed. There's nothing left of Mariupol. You mentioned the theater there. Up to 1,200 people were hiding in that theater. And as you said, we can't verify it independently, but 300 people may have died in there, and they are vulnerable people. They are elderly people. They are children that were hiding in there, young mothers. Those pictures are very disturbing. People covered in dust, sort of shell shock, literally shell shock. That's not an expression, making their way out of that theater. And I think that will make President Biden upset, because it's made everybody here very upset. I spoke to a young lady a little while ago who escaped Mariupol. She talked about, having coffee with her friends at that theater. It was a place that they would gather with one another. And she was going to take refuge in that theater, but she managed to escape Mariupol the day before. And just the escape was a horror story. She said that crossing the border, the Russian soldiers at the checkpoints would taunt her, laugh at her at what they've done to her city. So, it's just kind of remarkable what's happened to these people here, but the resilience is also incredible.
Yeah, we thought it was amazing. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Now we're heading into the second month, and they remain resilient. Ali, I know you have to go do some more reporting. Thank you for that. Kelly, let me ask you about the president's decision to give what the White House is calling a major address tomorrow. Do we know what we can expect to hear?
Well, to some degree, Chris, we expect that the president will root his remarks in this place to talk about how Poland is connected to this crisis. They have opened the country's doors to so many refugees, and there is a history here, and he will talk about that history, about how Poland has for a long time been a force trying to keep its neighbor to the east from taking over. If we go back to the Soviet period, that Warsaw was a part of the movement to stop Soviet aggression. If you go back to the period of the political movement known as Solidarity, that was one of the beacons in the West to try to stop the East from taking over. So making that historical connection to Poland and its place in trying to have independence. So expect the president to talk about that, rooting it in history and in the fight for democracy, and then really what is at stake for the Western world, for free people around the world, and for Ukraine. This has been a trip for the president that has been a combination of some very complicated issues. The economics of what has happened here, the diplomacy of what has happened, the military components, and the unknowns. What will Putin do next? The what-ifs of could he use chemical or biological weapons, and how would the U.S. and NATO and G7 partners respond? All of that. And then the human piece that you were just talking about, the president's chance to actually meet with refugees from Ukraine. He got to see American service personnel today from the 82nd Airborne soldiers who have been asked to come here to be a part of the protective force, to send the signal to Moscow that NATO is going to stand firm. One of the biggest messages that certainly the White House wants to give is about unity among allies, a clear message to Putin to stop this war, and support for Ukraine in a variety of ways. That speech tomorrow has to accomplish a lot of things. It's putting a lot on President Biden to deliver it, and it is a culmination of the trip, what he's learned, and in many ways where this goes next in terms of the international partnerships. One of the things we hear from the president is the unity that they have shown has to last, and how to keep that going. Chris?
Kelly O'Donnell, who has covered countless trips like this for many presidents. We're lucky to have you there. Thank you for your reporting, Kelly. Joining our coverage now, Helene Cooper, New York Times Pentagon correspondent. Also, former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, and former Supreme Allied Commander at NATO, retired Navy Admiral James Stavridis, all are MSNBC contributors. So, Helene, let's talk about the reporting in your paper about NATO thinking now, actually, Putin may fail. Is there any sense, though, of what that might look like?
Hi, Chris. Thanks for having me. It's really strange how much in the past few days the tone has started to shift on the idea, something that nobody would contemplate a few weeks ago, of a Russian military failure in Ukraine. And we're seeing signs of that increasingly. Just a couple of hours ago, we had a Pentagon briefing in which a senior Pentagon official talked through all of the, went around the map of the country of Ukraine, looking at all of the places where the Russian military is failing, to the point now that in the region around Kherson, which, as you recall, was the first city that the Russian troops were able to take, it's now, the Pentagon is now putting that back as a contested area and saying the Russians do not have full control. They've lost full control of that area. Kyiv, the Russian troops who were on their way in have now backed off and have taken defensive positions, according to the Pentagon, instead of offensive. So there's when you ask about how NATO thinks this might play out, you heard the Russian announcement earlier this morning that they are now going to focus and concentrate and prioritize the Donbas region. It's unclear what that exactly means, but one Pentagon official told me that he expects that might be a negotiating ploy from Vladimir Putin. He's hoping to strengthen his hand in the eastern part of the country, and we'll see where that goes.
I want to get your read on this, Admiral. When you look at what the Pentagon just did for Helene and other reporters with this sort of litany of losses, litany of ways in which Russia appears to be struggling from, frankly, Kyiv to Kherson. As NATO considers its options, how do you think members view Putin's chances at this stage, and how does that play into the way they move forward?
From Kyiv to Kherson, it sounds like somebody's memoir, and there's going to be a lot of memoirs written as a result of this, and I don't think they're going to go well on the Russian side, let's put it that way. I think there is a growing awareness that the Ukrainians have stepped up magnificently, very much a function of the superb support they're getting from across the border from NATO. And they're scoring a lot of hits. The number in my head is 10,000, 12,000 Russian dead, maybe as many as 15,000 killed in action. That's twice as many as the U.S. lost in 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Can I just stop you there? Because that's a number that, with that sense of perspective, Admiral, boggles the mind. Help us understand from a military sense what that says about the Ukrainians who were not supposed to be still fighting at this point.
Yeah, I would encourage anybody who wants to put it in perspective, think about how we feel in the United States about our forever wars, how much they hit the national psyche. And I assure you, as a military officer, they hit the consciousness of our military. This will be a generational impact, particularly on the Russian military, which is being shown to the world to be a shadow of what they seem to have thought they were. Having said all that, Chris, it would be naive to believe that Putin does not have plenty of dirty tricks up his sleeve. We've talked about chemical. It could be these Chechens and Syrians as shock troops moving in. It could be an amphibious assault from the sea. And it's certainly going to be ongoing bombardment, long range on the cities. So this one has a way to go. Anybody who says they know how it's going to come out, I'm not sure it's time to make that call quite yet.
Well, so let me ask you about something you wrote in an op-ed in Bloomberg, and you titled it, "Putin Isn't Crazy Enough to Use Nukes, or Is He?" You argue nukes are unlikely, that Putin surely doesn't want things to reach an apocalyptic level. More likely would be the use of a chemical weapon, something he previewed when he falsely accused the Ukrainians of harboring their own arsenal. A chemical or biological attack would terrorize the population, a key objective in Putin's Plan B strategy. Now that Plan A, a blitzkrieg decapitation of Ukraine's government, has failed, it would also help him conserve his inventory of cruise missiles and bombs, which is shrinking rapidly. Few things would empty a city faster than a cloud of nerve gas. So at this point, where do you put the chances that something like that happens?
I think they're still relatively low because chemical weapons are hard to control. Obviously, there'd be huge impact globally if it could be definitively attributed. Don't forget, there's you pick a number, 10 million cell phones all around Ukraine held by Ukrainians. Someone's going to get a video of where that chemical weapon came from, perhaps. So it's still a high-risk move for Putin. I don't think he's ready to make that choice. But certainly Western intelligence is concerned moving nuclear, biological, chemical, NBC units to the front, preparing responses which could run from conventional response, putting up a no-fly zone, fighter jets to the Ukrainians, going in cyber would be another option. So certainly the West is taking it seriously, and we should. Still a relatively low probability, I assess.
And Ambassador, I recognize that I'm often, frankly, asking you to get inside Putin's brain, which I realize is an impossible task. But let me ask you, in the context of NATO, and let me play a bit of what President Biden said today at his meeting with Poland's president.
The single most important thing that we can do from the outset is keep the democracies united in our opposition and our effort to curtail the devastation that is occurring at the hands of a man who, I quite frankly, think is a war criminal. And I think it will meet the legal definition of that as well.
So the president, Ambassador, has been stressing the unity of the West and NATO allies. I'm not sure it was exactly a given when this crisis first started, but how do you think Putin views what the Kremlin surely watched over the past couple of days?
Well, I think it's good news and bad news. On the one hand, the West is united, NATO is united. I don't see that changing, and I applaud President Biden for being the leader of that. On the other hand, there were no new big announcements from the NATO summit of new weapons for the Ukrainians. And if you listen to what President Zelensky said to the NATO leaders, that's what he said. I need more weapons. I need more planes. I need tanks. Listen to what he said. His chief of staff just spoke today at the Atlantic Council, Andrei Yermak, the same message. And I think we need to keep these two thoughts in our heads at the same time. On the one hand, the Ukrainians are performing heroically on the battlefield, and they've achieved things that nobody predicted, most certainly not me. And at the same time, they are still in a fight for their lives. Even if Russia's lost 15,000, he's still got 185,000, therefore, in Ukraine. And Putin has signaled I haven't seen no signal from Putin. Yes, a general said what he said, but Putin himself has never said once, oh, we're going to stop here in Donbass. We want to sue for peace. On the contrary, he is going for the jugular in Mariupol right now, and I think that is the place to watch. That will be a devastating loss if Mariupol falls, and that's why you hear Zelensky saying, thank you for what you did, but you need to do more. We're still in this fight.
Yeah, to that point, Ambassador, we keep talking about red lines, right, in terms of Russia potentially using chemical or biological weapons. But we all are already in the middle of a devastating humanitarian crisis. You know, we just talked about 300 people dead in one theater where there were two very clear signs that said children. Is there a red line for NATO, do you think, in terms of attacks on civilians, in terms of the escalation of the humanitarian crisis and just the death and destruction?
It's just horrible to watch. It's just barbarism. 4 million have left. 10 million have been internally displaced. So 1 in 4 Ukrainians no longer live in their homes. I think the president's been clear. He said no to a no-fly zone. That means he does not want an American soldier shooting down a Russian pilot. I agree with him. I think that's the right response. It's a difficult one. It's a difficult one to talk to Ukrainians, as I do every day, and agree with President Biden. I think it's the right stance. I think it would take an attack on NATO for NATO to be involved, and I don't think that is a high probability event. Think about it just for a moment. He's barely fighting to stalemate against the Ukrainian army, and in the midst of that, he's going to go and attack the most powerful alliance in the world, anchored by the most powerful military in the world. Putin's unhinged. He's very upset about the war, but I don't think he's suicidal, and therefore I don't think that's going to happen.
Helene Cooper, Admiral Stavridis, thank you. Ambassador McFaul, you're sticking around. And when we come back, the president calling it an international responsibility when announcing that we will welcome refugees here in the U.S. But, of course, now comes the complicated part. The questions of exactly where do they go? How long can they stay? We'll try to help answer how all of this will work. Plus, Russian forces and the world taken by surprise from the fierce Ukrainian resistance over the last few weeks. New intercepted audio analyzed by the New York Times reveals a Russian military struggling even more than it appears and potentially committing war crimes. Then later in the program, the growing calls for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to recuse himself from any cases related to the January 6th investigation. All those stories and more when Deadline White House continues after this.
En Lowe's, cada pro es un MVP, sin importar tu profesión o el tamaño de tu negocio. Obtén ganancias por tus compras, ofertas exclusivas y recompensas cuando compras pintura. Inscríbete al programa de recompensas y sociedad MVPs para pros de Lowe's. Requiere compra mínima, recompensas en pintura y ganancias en compras otorgadas en tarjetas de regalo electrónicas de Lowe's. Aplican exclusiones, restricciones y más términos. Válido hasta el 12/31/22. Visita Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Sujeto a cambio solo en Estados Unidos.
You could unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. And with Rocket Mortgage, you could unlock thousands in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up. So when you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 833-8ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started. Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
What does sweater season sound like? Try slipping on a warm, fuzzy station-like coffee house.
Yeah, I seen you there, looking all pretty when you brush your hair.
Your home for smooth acoustic songs and lightly caffeinated pop.
I need somebody who can love me and my birds.
Search Coffee House on TuneIn to listen.
I hope you see my birds.
Working from home with TuneIn? Share your workday listening routine with us on social media. Follow us. Just tag or use the TuneIn hashtag on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram so we can see what you're listening to.
I always follow him.
Mom was always very organized. But my sister and I noticed she started to forget things.
Telling my girls about my Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard.
But Mom's early detection gave us time to make a plan.
My sister and I were there for Mom and each other.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. For more information, visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
If you're a sports fan, filling your time between games can be excruciating. Thankfully, TuneIn has a full slate of podcasts so you can hear sports content any time of day on any device. Listen to Undisputed with Skip and Shannon.
That's what I was able to say. You care about winning, right? That's what you said.
ESPN's First Take.
So, Stephen A., that was you on NBA Countdown Saturday.
The Bill Simmons Podcast. For now.
Yes. There he is.
There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish? Easy. Prime Video. Combine your live TV and popular streaming apps like Prime Video all in one place. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place. Dish. Tuned into you.
On Bel Air, there's more to Will than just shooting some b-ball outside of the school. He cares about commitment, authenticity, and trust.
Bel Air, now streaming on Peacock, presented by DubMed Plus Care.
We came here 2 days ago because we need help. We don't know what to do and how to live. Currently, we're planning to find a house in the UK. We don't have anything in the UK, but just people who are willing to help us.
That was a 15-year-old Ukrainian girl with her mother at a shelter in Poland, along with thousands of other refugees. They don't have a plan for where they go next. 2.2 million Ukrainians have fled to Poland alone, a country stretched so thin, having taken in by far the most of the 3.7 million Ukrainians who have been forced to leave their homes. President Biden, as we told you, will meet with Ukrainian refugees before he leaves Poland tomorrow. The U.S. has now pledged to take in 100,000 refugees as well. Joining us now, UNICEF spokesperson James Elder and former Ambassador Michael McFaul is back with us. James, you know how this works. Talk to us about the complexities of getting refugees settled, and where do you think the preparations are now? And are your folks in the U.S. working for the possibility that there could be an influx of Ukrainian immigrants to the United States, Ukrainian refugees?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, we just have to look at, as you saw with that 15-year-old girl, what everyone's been through, where their journey started. And it's important that governments keep considering, the path that's been. It probably started in a bunker somewhere in Kiev or Kharkiv, and now they've got to that point finally. And whilst we're starting miraculously to see the numbers slow from extraordinary mind-boggling numbers, the needs are growing. So, yes, we see the announcement from the USA, and of course that's welcome, that sort of swift decision-making by governments, because, as you rightly say, 2 million plus in Poland in just a month is almost unprecedented. So countries around the world are going to have to show the same sort of, open hands and big-heartedness in absorbing so many people who, again, didn't want to have to leave their country.
Couple of questions, Ambassador. Put in perspective, 100,000 refugees. I mean, it's hard to know how many would want to come right to the United States, because many have said they want to stay in Europe and be close in case they can go back to their country. But put that number in perspective, but also how quickly do you think the U.S. and many organizations that have said that they would be willing to help place refugees, how quickly could they get geared up to do that?
Well, I applaud President Biden for announcing it. 100,000 is better than what it was before. I want that number to go up, and I want them to be processed as fast as possible. That is a very key point that you just brought up, Chris. I have a fellow from Ukraine at my institute at Stanford right now. His parents are in Krakow. They fled first from Crimea, by the way, in 2014. He's from Crimea. Then they to Kiev, and then they had to flee Kiev, and they're in Krakow. 4 weeks ago, when they first arrived at the beginning of the war, they were told their first interview would be in August to seek asylum to join their son here in California. This is welcome news that they're going to speed that process up. Those kinds of people need to move out quickly, in part to help our allies, the Poles, so that those people that have places to go can get out as fast as possible, as this heroic country, Poland, does what it is doing right now for all those people fleeing from Ukraine today.
And James, how can an organization like UNICEF, which is very experienced in things like this, how can they help facilitate that? And what are you doing right now?
Well, look, our role, Chris, is very much around helping those people who are moving between the countries, helping them as they go, between Poland and Ukraine, whether we're talking about traumatic support, stress, food, nutrition. When we talk about people moving country to country, it gets complicated, but that is the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights. What UNICEF is doing is, as people make this perilous journey, so whether they're on the border there with Poland or they're in Ukraine or Romania, it's about getting them support. And increasingly, that is not just food and blankets. It's starting to thankfully warm up a little bit here. That's traumatic. That's stress support as well. The longer this goes on, the longer children are bearing the brunt, and they are bearing the brunt of this war, the longer they bear the brunt, the more likely we are to get suddenly a generation of Ukrainian kids who know war. We can't afford that. Europe can't afford that. Ukraine can't afford that. So an organization like UNICEF does a lot of trauma support for these children in Poland, here where I'm in Ukraine. Of course, Chris, the fastest and safest way out of this for children is, of course, for the attacks to stop.
At the beginning of this hour, James, had a sound from a mother who said, her child asked her if she was going to see the next birthday. I assume that you, working with many of these children, as shocking as that is to hear, it's not unusual. And what should folks who are going to open their homes and their hearts, frankly, and whether it's in Poland or whether it's in the United States, what do they need to know? What do they need to expect when these families who have been through a trauma, who may still, frankly, have loved ones or back in Ukraine or have lost loved ones already, what should folks know?
Yeah, it's a great question, Chris. I think it all comes down to trying as best as we can to put ourselves in that situation. The people you see in those images a month ago were mechanics and physios and teachers and so on. And now, as you say, they've not just left a country in war. They've not just left their homes and their livelihoods. They've invariably left their husbands, and children have watched as their dad has spoken to them and said, you're going to Poland and I'm staying here. So there's a degree of stress and trauma. So anyone, of course, big-heartedness, just trying to get a sense of what these people have endured, but remembering as well that history, be it in the United States, be it in Europe, be it where I'm from Australia, speaks very loudly that migrants, refugees, ultimately bring an enormous amount, culturally, economically, to a society. So I think empathy, tolerance, and trying to put ourselves in their shoes just for a few meters of this journey that they've been making.
And let me ask you, Ambassador, about a couple of things that I've heard raised as concerns. One in particular that, well, yes, of course, the Ukrainians need help, but what about refugees from other countries that have been waiting and hoping to come into the United States? And does there need to be, if not a wholesale, a widespread reassessment of this country, of the acceptance of refugees, and how that can and should happen?
Those are very valid questions. I get them from my Syrian colleagues and friends every day. I think there should be a moment when we reevaluate the entire way that we deal with refugees. Our system has not been working very well, and this crisis sometimes creates opportunities to do things a better way. The second thing I would say, however, is that, two wrongs don't make a right. Just because we did it wrong in the past, mean that should be used as a reason not to do the right thing at this moment, at this incredibly horrific moment in European history.
Michael McFall, as always, thank you for bringing your long expertise to this. And James Elder, to all you folks at UNICEF who are on the ground and working so hard and continue to do the amazing work. Even after the TV cameras go away, and inevitably they will, and the crisis will remain, we thank you so much for what you do and for taking the time to talk to us today. Despite Russia's overwhelming advantage in troop numbers and firepower, Russian forces have been plagued by logistical and communications problems. We're going to discuss the end game for a beleaguered Russian military up against a determined and united Ukrainian troop fight force.
Millions of Americans are affected by high-interest credit cards. Upstart.com makes it easy to consolidate any kind of debt with a personal loan. It only takes a few minutes to check your rate on a loan between $1,000 and $50,000, and it won't affect your credit score. You may even get your funds in as fast as one business day. So visit Upstart.com to see how much you could save. That's Upstart.com. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application.
Bring on spring with Lowe's and the Ego Power Load Trimmer with Line IQ technology. A trimmer so smart it loads the line with the push of a button and automatically maintains it without bumping. Get the power of gas without the noise, fuss, and fumes. Plus, the same battery powers over 50 Ego tools, including mowers, blowers, and more. Make your yard happy this spring. Shop in-store or online at Lowe's.com. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. U.S. only.
The General Insurance presents Ordering a Sandwich with Shaq and Hall of Fame announcer Michael Buffer.
I'm going to have roast beef. What do you want, Michael?
Let's get ready for pastrami on rye.
Turns out, Michael Buffer talks like that all the time. And it turns out, The General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years.
Spicy Dijon mustard.
For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, make the right call and go with The General.
The General Auto Insurance Services, Inc. Insurance Agency, Nashville, Tennessee. Some restrictions apply.
Looking for the musical equivalent of a deep tissue massage? Chill on TuneIn is your home for smooth beats, soothing singers, and calming melodies, so you can relax to the max. Search Chill on TuneIn to listen. Chill on TuneIn.
Want to know a great way to discover new things to listen to on TuneIn? Follow at TuneIn on social media. From marquee events in sports and politics to breaking news stories.
So CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman is joining us now for more insight into
to cool new podcasts and radio stations we love.
People want to see the anger.
Yeah.
And you know,
follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about the audio you want to hear about.
Love living in a rural community where neighbors help neighbors, even if we don't always agree on sports teams, politics, or the COVID-19 vaccines. We all have our opinions. Getting vaccinated is your choice, and no one can make your mind up for you. Talk to your healthcare provider about your questions to help make a decision that's right for you. GetVaccineAnswers.org has the latest information to help you decide. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
If you're a sports fan, filling your time between games can be excruciating. Thankfully, TuneIn has a...
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy. We exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen. Healthier brain. Better life.
We've got new reports to tell you about that suggest that Ukrainians' determination to save their country is meeting with real, tangible success. Here's an example. Forbes is now reporting that the Ukrainian military has more tanks than when the war started, mainly from capturing Russian troops. This new report adds to a litany of setbacks for Russian forces as the war rages on. The New York Times investigations team has kind of pulled back the curtain on Russia's invasion by analyzing intercepted radio communications of Russian forces that illustrate the realities on the ground. Soldiers struggling with a lack of fuel, water, and food supplies, desperate and disorganized, and even showing potential war crimes being committed. Take a listen.
Было принято решение убрать первое хозяйство от населенного пункта и накрыть населенный пункт артиллерией. Прием. Медленнее, говори еще раз, повтори. Убрать первое хозяйство от населенного пункта и накрыть населенный пункт артиллерией.
Cover the residential area with artillery. Joining our conversation, MSNBC national security analyst Clint Watts, former consultant to the FBI's counterterrorism division, now with the Foreign Policy Research Institute, and retired four-star General Barry McCaffrey is with us, a former member of the National Security Council and now an MSNBC analyst. So, Clint, what was your first reaction when you heard these radio transmissions?
I'm not as surprised now as I would have been a month ago. I think that was very clear, like over the last month, is they don't have secure communications. Part of the reason they haven't taken out telecommunications, some of the infrastructure, I think,
Senior Defense Official. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Coming in here from Warsaw, Senior Defense Official. It is now day 30. We have observed more than 1,250 missile launches since the start of the invasion. Let's see. Okay, I got a little bit disorganized today, so we'll just, kind of, do like we did last time. We'll just start with a clock at Kiev and, kind of, go around. So nothing really significant to talk about with respect to Kiev. The Russians, we still hold them no closer than they were the last time we talked. They're in defensive positions. It looks like they have stopped really any interest in terms of ground movement towards Kiev, but obviously air attacks, bombardment and long-range strikes continue to occur. But they have not made any advances towards the city either from the north or northwest. And to the east of Kiev, we still hold them about where they were before. We had talked about how the Ukrainians had pushed them further east, and we still estimate that they remain right there. Let's see. I know you guys asked about that suburb to the west of Kiev called, I probably won't pronounce it right, but Makariv. It's not a completely clear picture, but we believe that it's at the very least contested, and may now be in Ukrainian control. Again, we don't have perfect visibility, but because you asked on that, I wanted to go ahead and pass that on. There were some reports that the Russians they destroyed a military fuel depot outside Kiev. We cannot confirm that. It's not a completely clear picture, but we believe that it's at the very least contested, and may now be in Ukrainian control. Let's see. It looks like, in Chernihiv, we've observed that Russian forces appear to be closest to the north of Chernihiv, but not much. They're pretty well no real progress there. And it does look like we've seen reports that the Ukrainians are making incremental progress in terms of turning back attacks on Chernihiv. So they are very much in the fight in Chernihiv, and there's some indications that they are actually pushing the Russians back in places around Chernihiv. I don't have much more detail than that. Swinging on around to Kharkiv, again, no progress by the Russians. They're still attempting to blockade the city. Ukrainian forces are obviously very, very heavily engaged there, and have been able to forestall any additional movement by the Russians near Kharkiv. There's some reports around Kharkiv about a strike on a shopping mall. We cannot independently corroborate that. So now, going around to that down a little bit to the southeast of Kharkiv towards Izium, we do believe that the Russians have likely been able to break through the Ukrainian forces along a highway in near Izium and they have actually moved to the southeast of Izium. It's difficult to say exactly how much, around 10 kilometers or so to the southeast of Izium. And this gets at what we've been talking about for a while, that we think they're trying to cut off the Donbass area and as we've been talking about this, for weeks now, coming south out of Kharkiv, now south out of Izium and trying to move to the southeast to really sort of cut off that joint force operation area in the Donbass, but they haven't gotten much farther than that. Let's see. Moving further down around, I want to talk just a bit about the Donbass area. You don't have to take my word for it. I think a Russian Ministry of Defense official said as much today. They are prioritizing the Donbass. They don't call it that, but the DNR and the LNR and that area, that they've publicly, now, acknowledged what we talked about the other day, that they are putting their priorities and their effort in the east of Ukraine. And that's where still, there remains a lot of heavy fighting, and we think they are trying to not only secure some sort of more substantial gains there as a potential negotiating tactic at the table, but also to cut off Ukrainian forces in the eastern part of the country. So they've said it for themselves, that they're prioritizing it and we concur, or our information would concur with that. No real changes in Mariupol. Obviously, vicious fighting continues there and still, long-range strikes, so lots of heavy fighting there. I don't really have anything new there. Swinging back around now to Berdyansk, I know you guys have all seen the press coverage yesterday of what the Ukrainians say was an attack by them on a Russian naval vessel. That was in Berdyansk. We concur with that. They did strike a Russian LST while it was pierside in Berdyansk, and it appears from the imagery, we've seen that they destroyed that ship. We don't know how many casualties. I don't know how many people were on the ship when it got hit. I'm not going to talk about what it was hit with because, again, I think we need to preserve Ukrainian OPSEC, and so I'm going to do that. But we assessed that they did destroy that LST. It was an LST, and a tank landing ship. And our assessment is that ship was there in Berdyansk on a resupply mission. And this goes back to, as you might remember, a few days ago. We talked about the LSTs that I talked about being in the Sea of Azov off of Berdyansk and some of the activity that they were doing there. And it's clear that at least one thing they were trying to do was use the port there at Berdyansk as a resupply depot for their fight up near Mariupol. So we do concur with the Ukrainian reports that they destroyed an LST there. Let's see. Swinging further around towards Kherson, seeing some reports of the resistance in Kherson that we have seen reports. I'm sorry. Let me say this again. We've seen reports of resistance there in areas that were previously reported to be in Russian control. We can't corroborate exactly who is in control of Kherson, but the point is it doesn't appear to be as solidly in Russian control as it was before. The Ukrainians are trying to take Kherson back, and so we would argue that Kherson is actually contested territory again. On Mykolaiv, coming further around now up to Mykolaiv, we continue to see Ukrainians defend the city. They're focusing on keeping their supply lines open, so no major developments there. Russian forces still appear to be outside the city, about 15 kilometers, again, to the south and southeast. We talked about, last time we chatted, about them repositioning because the Ukrainians have fought so well there in Mykolaiv. So heavy fighting there, and heavy fighting in Kherson. Kherson is that's different from the last time we talked. We hope Kherson to now be contested. Let's see. In the air, again, no major changes, contested airspace. We do see that the Russians are concentrating their airstrikes to Kiev, Chernihiv, and the Joint Force Operation East, where they said they were going to prioritize it. Those are the three areas where we're seeing the most airstrike and long-range fires from aircraft or missiles. I think check and see. I think that may be all I've got. No, I'm sorry. We missed Odessa. No signs that Odessa is under an imminent threat of an amphibious assault, or frankly, a ground assault. They can't break out of Mykolaiv, and we haven't seen anything noteworthy in terms of naval activity in the Black Sea. They still have roughly, a couple of dozen warships there. The bulk of them are surface combatants in the Black Sea. But no activity near Odessa, no sign that they're about to try to assault Odessa. Let's see. We've seen the images here on social media of thermobaric weapons. We don't have any ability to independently verify that, so we can't confirm the use of that. The same with the social media reports of the use of the white phosphorus. We can't independently verify that. No updates with respect to Belarus, no signs or indications that the Belarusians are about to planning to go in. And I think that's about it. You'll probably ask me about two things I do want to add. One, so on assessed available combat power, we hold the Russians less than 90%, somewhere between 85 and less than 90% of their assessed available combat power. So there they continue to expend their resources, and when talking about resources, I have not seen indications that they are trying to bring in resupply from elsewhere. Again, they have assembled an awful lot of their combat power to this fight. But I will say that we've seen our first indications that they are trying to send in some reinforcements from Georgia. And so we have seen the movement of some number of troops from Georgia. We don't have an exact number. I couldn't tell you whether it's a full BTG or how many troops, but that is different today, and I thought I would just pass that on to you. Okay, yeah, we'll go to questions. Bob? Question, thanks. By the way, those are Russian troops, I assume, from Georgia? Senior defense official, that is correct. Question, okay. my question has to do with actually in connection with your description of the Russians prioritizing the Donbass. I'm wondering what that says or implies about their ground operations around Kiev, where you've been describing them as stalled for quite some time. Have they essentially given up on the goal of moving into Kiev on the ground? And a related question, there have been some indications that the Ukrainian forces west of Kiev might be putting themselves in position to fully encircle a large group of Russian forces out of the Bucha area. I'm wondering if you have anything on that? Thank you. Senior defense official, yeah, hang on a minute. I thought I had something. Oh, we do, yeah, we do assess that there's heavy fighting in the vicinity of Bucha and Irpin, northwest of Kiev. So we have seen, and I'm sorry, I forgot that point. I'm glad you asked that we have seen heavy fighting there and the Ukrainians trying hard to dislodge the Russians from Bucha and from Irpin. I don't have more of an update for you on that. And then to your larger question on Kiev, what I would say is it appears that the Russians are, at least for the moment, not pursuing a ground offensive towards Kiev. They are digging in, they are establishing defensive positions. They don't show any signs of being willing to move on Kiev from the ground. Now, again, we're still seeing airstrikes, but nothing from the ground, and that is in keeping with our assessment of a couple of days ago that they are going to prioritize the eastern part of the country, within terms of ground offense, and that is exactly what we're seeing. There is a lot of heavy fighting in the Donbass area. They are trying to move south out of Izium to cut off the Donbass. They're trying to break out to take Mariupol and then be able to break off north from there, to do that from the south. Now, that's why they're frustrated, and frankly, we think that's of a piece of why they had LSTs dropping off supplies in Berdyansk, to try to reinforce their efforts to take Mariupol. So the defensive crouch that they're now taking in Kiev, we think, is consistent with their desire now to be more on the offense and to be more aggressive in the east, in Donbass. It's interesting that the bulk of their air activity is really only on Kiev, Chernihiv, which remains a very bloody fight, and then the Donbass. That's where we're seeing the air activity. So again, all of that sort of reinforces this idea that, at least for the moment, they don't appear to want to pursue Kiev as aggressively, or frankly, at all. They are focused on the Donbass. Tom Bowman? Question, I wanted to follow up on Kiev. Since they seem to be hunkering down and no attempt, I guess, as you said earlier, to maybe encircle Kiev, they talked about bombarding the city. Are we seeing an increase in missile strikes on Kiev? And you talked earlier about maybe the artillery moving up. Do we think they'll start using that artillery to hit Kiev? And also, if you could talk a little bit about, the talk of shoring up NATO's eastern flank? Any sense of the U.S. role at this point in that effort? Maybe more troops, equipment, or troops remaining there? Senior defense official, so, okay, on Kiev, I don't have what I would tell you is two things. I can only say what we can comfortably say that we know. Tom 1, we know that Russian sorties are now up. They're still around 300 a day, which is up from where they were a week or so ago. So they're flying more, and clearly, they're still launching a lot of missiles. Number 2, they're focusing their strikes on Kiev, Chernihiv, and the Donbass. That doesn't mean that there is not strikes happening. We've all seen Mariupol, but that's where their focus area is. I couldn't quantify that for you, Tom. I couldn't tell you how many artillery rounds are being fired. We are seeing around on the ground, we're seeing them basically dig in. They have stopped trying to move forward, and what they have started to do is try to defend what they have. And to Bob's question, we're seeing the Ukrainians really go now on the offense around Kiev. That includes to the west of it. So that I would just again say the Russians are in a defensive position around Kiev on the ground. I couldn't quantify how many strikes, only to say that they are prioritizing, from a strike perspective, they're prioritizing Kiev, Chernihiv, and the Donbass. But the Donbass is really that's where they're focused right now, on the ground and in the air. I mean, that, and of course that explains a lot of why we're continuing to see them want to take Mariupol. So I think I'd leave it at that. On our posture, no changes to speak to today. I have no new orders to announce or talk about, no decisions in that regard, but as I've said before, the Secretary keeps all options on the table and I wouldn't rule out the possibility, excuse me, of additional force flow either, from the States to Europe or even movement inside Europe. What we have now is just over 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. Those are locational, permanently based. And, of course, that includes the temporary orders that the Secretary has signed in the last month or so to get folks there. They are all still there. There is no change to their presence on the ground or even at sea. We still have the Harry S. Truman in the Mediterranean, but no changes to speak to in that regard. Question: all right, thanks. Senior defense official: yes, Idris. Question: hey, just a clarification and a question. On Georgia, just so I'm sure, it's not just that you're seeing them try to move, you are physically seeing them move troops from Georgia into Ukraine? And second question: yesterday, Colin Kahl said he believes the Russians are running out of precision-guided munitions. Is there sense or a percentage of how many they might have left in their stockpile right now? Senior defense official: yes, I think we have an assessment, Idris, but I'm not going to get into the whole numbers here. It's an assessment based on our best information. But I'm not going to get into specifics on the numbers. I would say, as I said before, the thing they're running the lowest on are cruise missiles, particularly air-launched cruise missiles. But they still have the majority of their inventory available to them. They still have more than 50%. But that air-launched cruise missiles in particular are the thing that they're the lowest on. So Mr. Kahl, Dr. Kahl is correct that we do see signs that their precision-guided munitions are beginning to be, the dwindling stocks are beginning to be a factor. And then we think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing them use more and more dumb bombs, if you will. And then on the Georgia stuff, it's not like we're tracking their movements from the air or anything. What I can tell you is that we now have indications that they will let me put it, maybe I wasn't very clear. We now have indications that they are drawing on forces from Georgia to Ukraine. I think that's probably the best way I can put it. I don't have the exact number. I don't know what timeline they're on. But I told you we were going to watch this as best we could. And we are. And we now have signs that they are drawing upon Russian troops that are based in Georgia. And that's really the best I can do today. I don't have more detail than that. And I don't want to guess. Howard Altman. Question: thanks. I've got a couple of series of questions. First one is that independent observers say that Ukrainians have captured about 4 times as many tanks as the Russians have captured Ukraine tanks, and overall about 3 times as much armor as has been captured from Ukraine. Is that surprising? Is it unprecedented? And then I have another series of questions about, I had lengthy conversations this morning with Brigadier General Kirilo Budanov, and among other things he said that Ukraine would like 5th-generation fighters and that Ukraine pilots can absolutely fly them. Is that something that the Pentagon assesses as an accurate statement? Senior defense official: Howard, I can't help you on the tank thing. I don't have an assessment of how many tanks the Ukrainians have captured or even proof that they have. I just don't have that level of detail, so I don't even want to guess at that. I'm not aware of any requests from the Ukrainians for 5th-generation fighter aircraft, and we read out a call that Secretary Austin had with the Defense Minister Reznikov yesterday. That topic did not come up. So that's the first I'm hearing of this. Crosstalk. Senior defense official: is getting them. Question: do you assess that Ukraine pilots are able to fly 5th-generation aircraft? Senior defense official: I don't know, Howard. I don't know what the skill sets are of the Ukrainian pilots. I know what they're flying. They're flying old, ex-Soviet aircraft and fighter bombers. That's what they're trained on. That's what they fly. They don't have Western, 5th-generation aircraft in their inventory, but I can't speak for the skill sets of each and every pilot, or I don't know. I don't have anything on that. Question all right, thanks. Senior Defense Official, Matt. Question thanks. Going off of Adri's question, one of the factors you talked about with dumb bombs, in addition to possible supply issues, possible reliability issues. Is that something the U.S. is actually seeing, failures to launch, especially these air-launched cruise missiles? And is it putting a significant dent in that inventory? Senior Defense Official, we think they have experienced failures in some of their missiles, particularly cruise missiles, either failure to actually launch or failure to hit the target. It's hard to give it's hard for us to assess that perfectly, in terms of numbers, but we have seen some failures. And clearly, if you're going to have failures, then obviously, that's going to, unless you can get the missile back to the base and fix it. That's going to have a dent on your usable inventory. But I think our assessment is that the depletion, the consumption of the inventory is really that's not the most significant factor, it's the usage. They are actually just using that much hardware. Question okay. One thing on the NATO Eastern Flank question. You said Secretary Austin hasn't taken anything off the table. Just to be clear, is one of those possibilities that's still on the table is increasing the permanent baseline of troops, either rotational or. Senior Defense Official, our focus is on whether or not there needs to be additional temporary deployments to shore up the eastern flank, given what's going on in Ukraine. There's been no permanent posture decisions, there's no serious negotiations with other nations in terms of a permanent posture right now. But I think it's safe to assume the security environment in Europe is now radically different than it was before, and we don't know how this war is going to end up, but it's safe to assume that we and frankly our allies too will be looking at what the posture should be like going forward, longer term. In fact, that was a topic of discussion at the NATO summit yesterday. No decisions made, of course, no specific proposals debated or discussed, but the issue of what the security posture in Europe needs to look like long-term absolutely is being discussed. Question thank you. Senior Defense Official, okay? Yeah. Terracop? Question hello. Thanks for doing this. Hope you guys are getting some rest. I wanted to go back to the Donbass. Questions. You saw a Russian official this morning saying that they would also be focusing on the full liberation of Donbass, and according to some news accounts, almost characterizing that as that had been the plan all along and that they were pulling back deliberately. Do you think that does the Pentagon assess that this was an intelligence failure and that they are trying to, cut their losses and just focus on retaking Donbass instead of larger the whole Ukraine? Senior Defense Official, we don't know, Tara. That's a possible outcome, but I don't think we know for sure. Clearly, they overestimated their ability to take Kiev, and frankly, they overestimated their ability to take any population center, and they clearly underestimated Ukrainian resistance. So I think it's safe to assume that they face some intelligence failures of their own. Whether they're now changing their strategic goals or not, I think, is difficult to say. Again, all we can do is tell you what we're seeing and what we talked about 2 days ago. A prioritization of the Donbass was confirmed by the Russians themselves today, saying that was what their priority was going to be. But again, look, it's not like the Ukrainians don't get a vote here. They are fighting very hard in the Donbass area. That, and they have been for 8 years. That's been a hot war, and they have taken a lot of casualties in the last 8 years. So I don't think anybody should just write off the Donbass as something that's not going to be significantly fought for by the Ukrainians. Mosh? Question. Thanks so much for doing this. I'm just wondering really quickly, in the aftermath of the attacks on the Russian ship in Berdyansk, have you noticed any change in Russian activity or posture there? Senior Defense Official, no. You talking about, in the Sea of Azov there? Question correct. Senior Defense Official, no, we've not. And the only significant naval activity to talk about was that attack on that LST, but nothing new to report. Sylvie? Question hello. I have 2 questions. You spoke about Kherson, the fact that they are the Ukrainians are trying to take their city back. How significant would it be if they take Kherson back? And also, do you have any news to report about the longer-range air defense that the president promised to Ukraine? Senior defense official, nothing new to report on long-range air defense efforts. We continue to talk to a range of allies and partners to get air defense systems that the Ukrainians are trained on and qualified to use and get them over there to them. I think Kherson would be significant if the Ukrainians were able to take Kherson back. I mean, it is a strategically located city. You remember when we first started talking about it, when the Russians moved in, we talked about its significance on the map there in the south and the opening on the Dnieper River to the Black Sea, so it's a significant port city. It would also put at much greater risk the Russian positions around Mykolaiv. And, again, if they have ground desires on Odessa, losing Kherson and therefore putting their troops between Ukrainians, being sandwiched between Ukrainian forces in Kherson and then those in Mykolaiv, because right now the Russians are to the south and southeast of Mykolaiv. That would put them smack in the middle. That would make it very, very difficult for them to make any kind of ground movement on Odessa if in fact that was their plan. So should the Russians take back Kherson, that would be a significant development, no question about that in terms of the southern part of the war. David Martin. Question: do you have any indication of which axis or front those troops from Georgia might be going to, north, east, south? And I have a separate question on a very separate subject. The North Koreans say they have launched a new ICBM and they have shown video which appears to be what they call the Hwasong-17, which is a new previously untested ICBM. Regardless of what you call it, does the Pentagon assess that the North Koreans tested a new ICBM that is capable of carrying multiple warheads? Senior defense official: we're still assessing the intelligence on this launch, David, so I won't go beyond what we said about it publicly. Obviously, we know this was a test of a long-range ballistic missile, and clearly they try to learn from each of these tests and to try to develop their capability further. But I am going to refrain from talking about it too specifically as we're still analyzing our own intelligence on it. I don't know where these reinforcements will be put into the fight. I don't have that level of detail. So if we get a better sense of that and I can share it, I will. But we just don't know. We just don't know. Again, the Russians themselves have said they're going to prioritize the Donbass. I'm not saying that's not a wink-wink, nudge-nudge to you that that's where we know they're going. But we don't know. But that is the area of priority that the Russians themselves have said. So we would not be surprised if these Georgian reinforcements, I shouldn't say Georgians, that's not accurate, Russian forces that were in Georgia, if that's where they were to go, that would not be a surprise, but we do not know that for a fact. Jeff Selden. Question: hey, thanks very much for doing this. Earlier this week, some senior NATO officials were talking about Russian President Vladimir Putin, describing him as angrier, backed into a corner, and warning it can make him more dangerous and perhaps even more likely to lash out even at NATO countries. Has the U.S. seen any indications that as the war has drawn on, and as Russia has not achieved its main goals in any way that it thought it was going to, that Putin or Russia's military is getting more reckless in their tactics or their decision-making? And also, are there any new signs or any additional signs that Russia has again used more hypersonic weapons against Ukraine in this conflict? Senior defense official: I don't have any new indications of the use of hypersonics. That doesn't mean that they haven't, I just don't have any new indications to speak to. On Putin, I think, look, on your question about recklessness, it's there for the world to see. I can't get inside Putin's mind, and I wouldn't want to speculate about his personal level of frustration, or whatever decisions he's making based on the fact that they have been stymied and stalled throughout the country. But you can see for yourself how they have tried to make up for the fact that they haven't been able to move well on the ground by the increasing use of airstrikes and missile strikes and artillery strikes on population centers. I mean, the images coming out of Mariupol are dreadful, and that is a direct sign of the Russians increasing their use of those types of tactics because they haven't been able to easily take over population centers on the ground. So again, their frustrations are laid bare for the world to see by the manner in which they are continuing to prosecute this unprovoked war. Abraham. Question: yes, thanks. Hope you're enjoying Poland. Quick clarification, the delivery of the $800 million defense package, has that begun yet? And then a couple questions. Have you seen any preparations from the Russians to move chemical weapons into place? So much talk about that. And then also, you talk a lot about the airspace being contested. Is that because SAM systems are getting in there and they're being put into positions? And has DoD changed its policy regarding facilitating more aircraft to the Ukrainians? I hope I could get those answers. Thanks a lot. Senior defense official, again, Abraham, on the aircraft, the United States is not putting a veto on people giving the Ukrainians aircraft. If another sovereign nation wants to do that, we respect that decision. We did not want the aircraft transferred to us for further transfer to Ukraine. So I just want to keep leveling that and making that clear. I don't. Sylvie already asked me about air defense systems. I don't have anything specifically to speak to with that. We are continuing to work with other allies and partners who have long-range air defense systems that the Ukrainians know how to use, and we're trying to get them there. On the $800 million package, yes, another flight arrived in the region today. We have already a couple initial shipments have been sent to the region. I don't know about whether they've actually been prepared for shipment by ground in the Ukraine, but they've arrived from the States into Europe. Again, one arrived today. And over the next today's the 25th, so over the next 3 days, there'll be an additional 3 flights. And, again, we're prioritizing on these things. It's the kind of material that we know they're using in the fight every day, got javelins and stingers and that kind of things. Alex, Washington Post. Question: hey, thanks. When it comes to the Donbass, I was hoping you could be more specific on what it means to prioritize separate from more airstrikes. Are they pulling in troops from other parts of the country? Are they putting in, specific troops, light infantry or Spetsnaz or other folks? What are the indications and what are the specifics of what it means to prioritize? And separately, when it comes to the 85 to 90% of combat power, can you sort of clarify what you mean by combat power? Is that just service members? Is it service members in vehicles and aircraft? How do you define combat power that's available to them? Thanks. Senior defense official. So on the prioritization, this is a relatively new decision by the Russians. We're just seeing them become much more aggressive in the Donbass area. I cannot speak to troop movements that we've been able to assess in terms of moving in from elsewhere in Ukraine to the Donbass, but they've become much more aggressive there. And they are prioritizing, as I said. There's 3 areas where they're prioritizing airstrikes, and the Donbass is one of them. That hadn't always been the case, not that they weren't conducting airstrikes there, but they have certainly made it a higher priority on their list for now. So I can't give you much more than that. We're watching this in real time, same as you. On the combat power, when we talk about assessed combat power, we're talking about their inventories, not just the people, and that's certainly part of it, but also tanks and armored vehicles, artillery systems, fighter and fighter bomber aircraft, helicopters and SAMs as well as ballistic missiles. So it's all those things combined, in addition to their naval power in the Black Sea. So we kind of look at all of that stuff and look at how much they started with versus how much they have left and available to them, and then kind of aggregate that. And we come up with, an assessment, and it is an assessment of available combat power based on what they had when they started their raid against Ukraine. And we come up with somewhere between 85 and just less than 90% available to them right now. That's how we're doing that. Question: okay, just a quick follow-up. How do you determine if they're more aggressive? Like can you see their faces, or like are they grimacing more? It's like what exactly makes someone more aggressive in their behavior in combat? Senior defense official, we're just seeing a lot more ground activity. Nancy? Nancy, are you there? Question, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Senior defense official, yeah, I've got you. Question, okay, great, thank you. The Russian Navy has moved its ships out of the ports in the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea after the fire, which I assume makes it much harder for those ships to be a part of their offensives on places like Mariupol. My question is, does the U.S. have an assessment on how much the absence of missiles from fire from those ships affects its warfighting, particularly given its push towards the Donbass? Thank you. Senior defense official, that is an excellent question that I don't really have an answer for. All I can tell you is what we're seeing, Nancy. We're seeing that they have, they've got, by our count now, they've got about 22 ships in the Black Sea, 15 of which are surface combatants, and most of the rest are amphibious ships. And look, the advantage of navies is they're mobile and they're flexible and you can move them around, and we've seen them move, into the Sea of Azov to conduct an amphibious assault, to try to resupply their efforts on Mariupol. We have not seen them move on Odessa. It's unclear the degree to which they would or could use naval power to assist in what they're trying to do in the east there in the Donbass. But clearly, they could reach parts of the Donbass from the Sea of Azov if they wanted to. They could absolutely use some of their surface power, particularly missiles, if they wanted to, but we just haven't seen that happen. Question, thank you. Senior defense official, yup. James from FT. Question, thanks so much. I was wondering if you could confirm this report, the sum of the Russian precision missiles that are suffering failure rates of up to 60%. And then separately, are you seeing any evidence that the Russians are really looking to target some of the supply lines coming in from Poland and elsewhere in terms of military aid to Ukraine? And earlier, I had a question about whether the prioritization of Donbass signals sort of an end to, the goal of a full occupation. But I think it seems I can conclude that you believe that's premature for now. Senior defense official, yeah, we can't perfectly know what the Russians' strategic plans are. Again, what I've tried to do every day with these things is just tell you what we're seeing and not try to jump to too many conclusions about what their plans are. So I think I'd leave that question where it was. We have not seen them target any of the supplies coming in on the ground, and then question the precision missile. Senior defense official, your other one was question failure rates. Senior defense official, oh, yeah. I think, look, it's a range, and the ranges I've seen in the press from anywhere from 20 to 60%. I would not push back on that assessment. But again, it's a range and it varies, nearly from day to day. But we have seen times when when our assessment is they have experienced a significant amount of failure in their missiles. Mallory from USNI? Question, thanks. Actually, both my questions were asked, so I'll pass to someone else. Senior defense official, thank you. Anton from The Economist? Question, hi. Just two things to run past you from a briefing by other Western officials who say that a brigade commander was killed by his own troops in Russia, who say that they assessed that about 20 battalion tactical groups were no longer combat effective, in their terminology, and that they are moving the Russians are moving to the far east from Kaliningrad in Georgia, as well. Do you have any comment on any of that? Senior defense official, I can't confirm the far east moves. I'm sharing with you what we can share with you and the Georgia move is the we can share. I can't confirm the other stuff that you've heard from Western officials in terms of the battalion tactical groups which are no longer in existence. We also you have to be somewhat careful here because we don't know how they reinforce or I should say, replace their losses in terms of individuals. It's not entirely clear to us how they do that. I mean, when they suffer casualties, where they pull replacements from, and what does that do to the battalion tactical group they've pulled from? It's not exactly clear to us, so I don't know that I can confirm that part of it. And with generals being killed, again, we can't confirm the numbers that have been reported out there by either side, except to say that what I said before. I mean, it's not surprising to us to see that there are generals on the battlefield, given the way they man and organize themselves, and that they don't delegate very well. They do not invest a lot of responsibility in their junior officer corps, and they don't have a non-commissioned officer corps to speak of the way we do, so there's not a lot of battlefield initiative. And not to mention, their continue to suffer from significant command and control problems that both in terms of an individual leader's ability to command his troops in the field, but also the ability of commanders to speak to one another. And also, we know and we continue to get indications of morale problems that have, at times and places, been significant in terms of their battlefield performance. So I know it's not a perfect answer to your questions, all very good questions, but we're just not in a position to independently confirm those data points. But we'll keep looking at stuff every day. I mean, as you know, we'll keep doing these, and when we get new indications of things like we did today with the Georgia stuff and we're comfortable with it, we'll pass it on. I think Oren was on the line and wanted to ask one, and we'll stop it with Oren. Question: I'm sorry. My question was actually asked a short time ago. I appreciate that, though. Senior defense official, okay. All right, guys, thanks. This will be the last backgrounder from this trip. As you know, we're all heading back tomorrow, and so we'll pick these up next week. Thanks, and out here.
You know what? I can't help but to think while sitting up here that I hear so much of this, the world's coming to an end right away with climate change, and we have to do everything tomorrow. And I look at what is happening in Ukraine. Do you think that the people there are making or should make priority climate change?
Sound is back. Just speaking for CNN Türk.
won. I mean, that was the big one out of the Lakers finals that they had.
And you look at it, Robert Parrish, the other guy who isn't on right now, man, what a career he had. And you were talking about something of violence that people cheer about all the time. All you have to do is put Robert Parrish up on the Jumbotron and watch him punch Rambis to the ground. Lambier. And Lambier looked around and I asked Robert that about on the podcast I had, where I said, Robert, weren't you afraid that his teammates were coming? He said, I kind of thought about that. I love that. I was like, you did what? Yeah, I kind of thought. And Robert, really, to his credit, how long he played. He told me this great story about him and Jordan. He said, for the Last Dance, he said he was there.
Right.
And he said he's playing.
At the end,
97,
he's playing against Jordan in practice. And he thought it was a kid's podcast. So he comes on, he said, yeah, this is what I did to him. I said, what'd you do to him? He said, yeah, I was playing with him. We won the first game. Then they put me on the other team. And my subs, we all, my boys, we beat Jordan for the next 3 games. And he said, when, Jordan came off the court, he said, hey, how you like that ass kicking? And Jordan said, what? He said, how you like it? And he's going, and he said, if you're not careful, this way he said to Robert, if you're not careful, I'm going to kick your ass right now. And Robert went, look, let me tell you something, man. I'm not afraid of you. Robert said, Robert told me.
Robert's a black belt, right?
Yeah, Robert said, I came in to Chicago. I already had rings. I don't have to have homage to you. He played with the great ones. And it was such a great story to hear Robert tell it. And nobody knew the personality or the persona of Robert until you really got a chance to know him because he was so quiet.
Yeah, and this wasn't the social media age where you know everything about every athlete. I mean, you wanted to find out about these guys, you read it in the media guide. That's it. That's the only time I ever learned anything about any of these guys back in the 80s. You read it in the media guide.
None of this stuff plays now. Robert Parrish didn't accidentally elbow Lambier. He just rained punches down on his head until he was unconscious.
Punches,
And, I mean, I talk about this a lot, but in the midst of the greatest playoff series in NBA history, Max famously helped a fan back to his seat in Philadelphia.
Whoa, still in litigation, but
it's not litigation anymore. If it was in litigation 40 years later. But imagine, again, take what Max did in 81 with that fan. What is the punishment now? And then, you know what it was then? Play on.
Right.
No foul, no technical, no nothing. The game just went on.
Go out there and get them, big fella.
That's right. The game just went on, whereas now that's what, a suspension for a year?
Although players are confronting fans a lot more lately.
Here's the thing that they didn't have at that time. They didn't have that rule in. So the referees didn't know what to do. It was like, okay, if you attack a player, okay, we can throw you out the game. But you attack the fan, what are we going to do here? They put that rule in. And that is really my rule, that the Cedric Maxwell rule about going into the stands.
People think it's the Ron Artest rule. Oh, no. It's the Max rule.
We know Max's history gets not appreciated as much for a variety of reasons. We talk about the big three, but Kevin McHale backed Max up for the first 4 or 5 years. He was the 6th man of the year. Max was the starter, and then Kevin McHale would come in, and he was the 4th guy, obviously, on that team, not the 3rd. We just had the top 15 players in Celtics history. I put Max in my ballot. I was told Max was like 16th and didn't end up in the top 15. So little things like that you don't appreciate. But I think once in a while when you think of Max winning the MVP in 81, he's talking about 84, the steal by Gerald Henderson, P.J. Brown making the shot against the Cavaliers. There's always that guy. And now Red had Don Nelson making the shot in 69 against the Lakers. Red and Danny subsequently always had the knack for finding that one guy that, and that was a Branch Rickey thing too. Players that you thought were past their prime or whatever, and he would bring them in for that one final run. Like, listen, Sam Cassell was on the 08 team. Guys like that.
Yeah.
That was the story. The one where I said famously before game number 7 versus the Lakers in 84, climb on my back. And, I'm going to take you across the line. Well, I said some more choice words that weren't even in there. But here's the best thing about that, and then Sean loves this story. It's like before the game, 7th game, I send the ball boy across the street. I'm fueling up right now on a Big Mac, a large fry, orange soda, and 2 apple pies. That was my pregame meal versus the Lakers. And it said, when did you eat it? I said, they're giving the speech about how we're going to go out there and get these guys. And I am just chomping down. Somebody said, well, that would mess your stomach up. No, that was fuel for me to go out and play.
Just like those Wendy's burgers, fuel for the show.
Oh, there you go.
Right, same thing.
That game, by the way, that game was like at 9 o'clock at night.
Oh,
too.
yeah,
Max
yeah.
has told me that story. We did a long form interview when Max getting his number retired. And what always struck me was I asked him to describe that day, the day of Game 7. And listen, we all are creatures of extraordinary habit. You have to be in this life, and you have to have your routine no matter what it is your role is. You have a routine when it comes to living the NBA life, which we have for a lot of years now. It's not built to play a game at 9:15 or 9:30 at night. It just messes up your whole day.
Yeah, that really was, because normally I was on Star Road Drive at probably around about 5 o'clock. And if I'd been on Star Road Drive that day of the 7th game, I would have killed 2 or 3 people out there on Star Road Drive. Easy. But because it was a 9 o'clock game, by the time I got on Star Road Drive, I zipped right through and got to the Garden in no time. So it was just an unusual day. It was an unusual circumstance. And then for the Lakers to have the gall to say that we turned the heat up in the building. How the hell did we turn the heat? We had no air conditioning. We had nothing in the building. All you could do in the Garden at that time was have a fan. And that was a famous game, I think Game 5, where it was about...
With the oxygen tank?
Yeah, it was it was at least 120 degrees in that building that day.
Jesus.
And, nobody could Kareem couldn't breathe.
Yeah, well, we hate to do this, but we only have one segment left. We'll come back next. Cedric Maxwell, Sean Grandy, and me, Christian Arcand. 75 years of Boston Celtics basketball. We'll wrap it up next.
This Boston Celtics 75-year anniversary special with Sean Grandy and Cedric Maxwell is presented by Miller Lite. Miller Lite, it's game time. It's Miller time.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Hey, remember how 20 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, now it's the future, and I used all those savings to buy this new hologram phone. Because, it's the future, and everything is holograms now.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Jimmy Stewart and Mike Sarge Riley are wrestling inside the ropes.
WrestleMania 14 in Boston. That was the official kickoff to the Austin era as a champion, first time winning. It was a great time to be a fan when it was at the height. It was a great time, and that's why I think it's my favorite WrestleMania of all time, WrestleMania 14.
Download the Wrestling Inside the Ropes podcast on the podcast page at 985thesportshub.com and on the Sports Hub app.
The expansive demand for remote work and the shift of applications to the cloud has made it a must for enterprises to secure internet access. Citrix's Secure Internet Access offers the functionality needed for strategic network and security modernization, resulting in increased end-user experience and higher productivity. Contact IntraSystems. Named Citrix Partner of the Year now to learn more. Access, security, trust. IntraSystems.com.
Why choose Northeastern's Accelerated BSN program? Yes, it's a respected program that lets you use your existing bachelor's degree to earn a BSN in as few as 16 months, but that's not all. The Northeastern ABSN gives you the nursing skills, the clinical experience, and the prestigious degree to stand out. After all, we've been educating outstanding nurses for more than 50 years, and we've been a leader in accelerated nursing for over a decade. We still have spots available. Search Northeastern ABSN to get started.
Great news from Rocket Mortgage. You could unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In fact, in the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. That means you could unlock thousands of dollars. And with Rocket Mortgage, you could unlock all that cash in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up, because nobody knows how long these low rates will last. Put your hard-earned money to work. Make your life better. Build a home office. Remodel your kitchen. Or simply save that cash for a rainy day. Today's rate on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.25%, 3.48% APR, so you can lock in a great low monthly payment. When you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 833-8ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started. That's 833-8ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
These days,
You probably get a little worried every time you and start wondering whenever you bless you. Do you just have a cold or could it be COVID? Don't get worried. Get tested. If you feel sick, if you've been on a trip, or if you plan on a big get-together. And while you're there, it'd be a great idea to get your second shot or a booster. Let's do all we can to fight Omicron. A message from the Hawaii State Department of Health.
Do your contact lenses keep drying up and then you move to glasses and then they fog up with your mask on? Do your eyes a favor and change your life with LASIK. Book a free evaluation online today at bostonvision.com and get $500 off your procedure because your best vision is Boston Vision.
Okay, so we got the chorizo dumplings, the cucumber empanadas.
Zara's food truck is popping off.
Come on, guys, let's pick it up, all right?
But if she doesn't find a new chef, her truck will be stuck.
Carl quit this morning, so Jessica, I'm gonna need you on the fryer.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash
Guys,
offer is
can you
exactly
hear
what
me?
it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade
Okay.
your car. Just
1,
enter your VIN
2,
or license
3, 4,
plate, answer a
5.
few questions about your
Guys?
car's history, and what kind of condition
My
it's in.
friends, can
In
you
minutes,
hear me?
you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Sometimes you don't have 4 hours, and that's
okay.
Now 98.5 The Sports Hub gives you Zolak and Bertrand in a nutshell.
It's the condensed, melted down, jam-packed version of The Daily Show.
Each day you can listen to Zolak and Bertrand in a nutshell on the podcast page of 985thesportshub.com and on the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. While you're there, check out all the other original podcasts available from Boston's Home for Sports. Our podcasts are also available at bpodstudios.com and in Apple Podcasts and Google Podcasts.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants to help you prepare your car for all your 2022 road trips. They offer completely contactless service and 15-minute drive-through oil changes. You don't even need to make an appointment. Visit getanoilchange.com for a coupon to save on your oil change.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to have someone else say it. Because for some reason, when a random person talks about how great something is in a commercial, it's more believable.
I saved with a Progressive Home and Auto bundle.
And there you have it. I mean, I'm not sure why she's more believable than me, but either way, you get the point about the saving. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
This Boston Celtics 75-year anniversary special with Sean Grandy and Cedric Maxwell is presented by Miller Lite. Raise the original light beer, Miller Lite, to another 75 years of Boston Celtics basketball.
Aaron Nesmith will dribble out the clock. And the Celtics' run of dominance feels far from over. They welcome in the #1 offensive team in the NBA, and they smother them. The Celtics win for the 23rd time in 27 games, and they send another good team packing with a blowout win. The final score, Boston 125, Utah 97.
All right, just a couple of minutes left here. It is the 98.5 The Sports Hub Celtics 75th anniversary show with myself, Christian Arcand, alongside the voices of the Boston Celtics, Sean Grandy and Cedric Maxwell. Guys, as we sort of wrap this up here, let's talk about the 75th year and this team right now. How far can they go?
Blow out a good team for the 15th time.
Is this a championship team? Are we have rings in our heads right now, or what?
Here's how I phrased it the other night, because I tend to be the hall monitor around here, right? Don't run too fast. Don't run with scissors. Don't get too excited. Don't get too high. Don't get too low.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Celtic fans are well within their rights right now to say, why not us? When you consider that this hasn't been the best team in the NBA for a week or 10 days, this has been the best team in the NBA for the second half of the year. They defend. They have the ingredients. If they have the health, listen, a very good team is going home in the first round of the Eastern Conference. We know that. So that's clearly ahead for somebody. But again, there are I don't remember a season in which there were probably, I don't know, Max, 7, 8, 9 teams that have a legitimate chance to win. but you're crazy if you think the Celtics aren't one of them.
Yeah, I think that, that's why I got asked the other day when I was on NBC and said, look in the camera and tell me the Boston Celtics are going to win the championship. I'm
They have a gun on you or something?
I can't go that fast because I just think about where I was 2 months ago. And I think about that Minnesota game that the Celtics just absolutely were horrible in. And then to see what they're doing now. But here's what I will say to Celtic fans. This team does not have, in the new NBA, does not have any weaknesses. If they're healthy, they can compete with any team right now in the NBA. And they could beat them. And I would love to see the team that can beat the Celtics in a 7-game series. I mean, I think that they are as good. They've beaten Phoenix this year.
Yep.
They've beaten all these teams.
Every team that matters, they've beaten.
And Sean has always said that. Sean and I have sat there and said that, well, wait till the next game. This is going to be a big test for the Celtics. And the Celtics were up by 30. Or wait till this game till they go in what they're going to play right now. They're playing Denver. And Denver with Jokic, that's going to be a big game. They were up by 30.
Remember what we said earlier about Tatum? Tatum looking around and realizing that I'm not just comfortable enough taking the compliments from the other great players in the league, that I'm one of them.
Yeah.
The same thing with the Celtics. There comes a point when you say it's not enough to be, hey, we can play with the best teams in the league. Suddenly you realize after 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks of this, they're one of them.
Tatum reminds me of Eddie Murphy right now. Damn it, I'm Gumby, okay? So he is just taking that whole nother level, and you have to appreciate who he is.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I think that Celtics fans are certainly full steam ahead with this team, and it's sort of hard not to be. When you think about how the season started and how we were sort of looking at this team at 500, and you look at what they are now, other than health, I guess, because everyone always says health, what's the biggest difference?
Attitude, being cocky, understanding who they are, and playing together as a unit. They switch better than anybody in the NBA. A lot of teams, when you make a switch on the wings, then you have a mismatch. That's not like that with the Celtics. If you switch, the Celtics have always had a great counter, and you don't see that a lot in the NBA.
They were always going to be good defensively because of the athletes they have and their commitment to it. Even early in the year, with some of these games are getting away, they were getting away because they weren't shooting well. But they've taken that cohesiveness and the playing together on the defensive end now is happening on the offensive end too, and that makes all the difference.
But Tatum has also taken that reign of being the defender now.
Yeah,
and you didn't see that before. I remember. And then the other thing that I saw, Sean, and I think it was Brown. We've talked about this before. I said, you have two great players. I've never seen either one of them get mad until this year, where Brown came up and pushed somebody in the back after he got pushed. And I want to see that. And that's why I always said with Marcus Smart, he was the only person I saw that when you have the sign on your door saying, beware of dog, that was Marcus. You can't have one of the smallest guys on your team being your best dog. Somebody else has to step in, and they've all done that to a man.
In the playoff series last year, Kevin Durant was clearly the big brother. And that's not going to happen now.
I wouldn't think so. The way these things are going. I would say the future of the Celtics is looking bright. Is that a safe thing to say here as we close down the 75-year anniversary of the Boston Celtics? We look ahead to the next 75 years. Off to a pretty good start here, I'd say.
It is. Of course it is. But I think what I always like to do is get people to focus on what's happening now, because, of course, this great history will always be here, and it'll be here during the summer to enjoy. And you can talk about the future and having these two cornerstones of what is possible in the Eastern Conference, but what's happening now is really special. As I said, it's as good a 6-8 week run as we have seen, and Max and I have seen some things in the last 20 years. So enjoy these games, enjoy these moments, enjoy having big games again.
Yeah, I would say if you look at this team, and if you do want to talk about the future, you look at where Brad Stevens has these guys. Most of your core players are under contract, and your best players have long-term deals that are going to be there. It's going to have them going into the future. And because of that, we're going to go out on a limb. If the Celtics were to win a championship, how does that attract other guys who are free agents that want to come and try to pick a ring with these particular guys? Like Shaq all of a sudden said, look, I want to go to that team. I want to play for minimum money, but I want to go and win a championship. this could be a real moving stone for this team.
All right.
When the big three got together, the one last thing to ponder, if you want to have like your super optimistic Friday night note, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen were all in their 30s when they got together. Tatum just turned 24.
All right. Well, we'll leave it right there. The future is bright. The present is bright. And the Boston Celtics, for the last 75 years, one of the great teams, not just in the NBA, but in all of sports. Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell, thanks so much, guys. This was your night off, and it was great to have you in here. We'll hear from you again on Sunday for the Celtics and the Timberwolves. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
All right. That is Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell, the legends and the voices of the Boston Celtics, joining us here as we wrap things up. Not at basketball, but for blowing us off tonight, yeah, kind of. Anyway, thanks so much, guys. This has been a lot of fun. We now will get to some headlines, and when we come back, Tim McCone's going to be joining me as we get to 3 hours of Squatters' Rights Radio to take you into the weekend here on the Sports Hub.
WBCS bus from the Town Fair Tire Studios, home of the Bruins, Patriots, Rams, and Celtics.
Into the corner, fall away three.
Boston's home for sports is 5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
It's a rare Friday night off for both the Bruins and the Celtics. Bruins have won 3 in a row. They'll look to make it 4 tomorrow afternoon when they welcome in the Islanders to TD Garden. Bruins moved out of the wild card with a win over the Lightning last night, leapfrogging them in the standings. Celtics are off until Sunday as they welcome in the Timberwolves. Celtics are the hottest team in the NBA. The Red Sox fell 6-3 to the Braves today in Grapefruit League action. And in NFL news, Deshaun Watson said today he has never disrespected women, and he was surprised by the allegations that have been made against him. This all coming as he was introduced to the Cleveland media today. Watson still faces civil lawsuits from 22 women. And according to Stephon Gilmore's wife, Gabrielle, on Twitter, the Philadelphia Eagles have made calls inquiring about Gilmore's availability. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. With results your very first week, imagine how much weight you could drop by opening day if you started Awaken 180 today. Awaken 180, the official weight loss program of the Boston Red Sox. I'm Christian Arcand on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Tim McCone's got you next at 8:30.
Zolak.
Yeah, he's got a big schnoz, but big everything.
Bertrand.
Oh, no, you did a pedicures there.
Hardy.
You can't tell who touched it last.
And you.
David. Which David are you talking to? Zolak.
Middays on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Bring us a dong of the Dong Report.
And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they understand.
Hit me with a little jazz flute first. Take that for a little walk there.
And now,
hard to argue with what Adam said.
Adam Jones.
Big dumb animal.
Christian Arcand. So, it's the Adam Jones Show, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sports Hub, Arcand here, taking you up until 11 o'clock. We got Tim McCone alongside. What's up, McBone?
What's up, Arcand?
How you doing?
Tough act to follow. But
You enjoy that? That was a fun 2 hours with those
yeah.
two guys. That was cool. Now, here's something. This was a reunion of sorts. Me being part of the broadcast. And you might not think so, but it's true. One of the first times I was ever on the radio in Boston was back in 2013. I had gotten a job doing updates for, it was called Metro Total Traffic. I think it's still called Metro. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, they were doing headlines, or it was called the Sports Flash for WEEI. This is back before it was trending now. It was called the Sports Flash. And they had people at Metro doing the headlines. And one of the first headlines I ever did was for a little show called the Boston Celtics Summer Cooler, which was when EEI had the Celtics. in the summer, once in a while, they'd have Grandy and Max get together, and I don't even think they were together, but they'd be on the air together.
Okay.
And they would just talk Celtics for a little bit,
Yeah.
and I did the headlines. And that was 9 years ago, Tim McCone. So this was a summer cooler reunion
I'll
here.
tell you what a
that
thrill
just
that
was.
must have been for Grandy and Max back in the day, too,
I know.
to have you part of that broadcast. Yeah.
That's what I said. I said, you guys remember that?
As soon as the schedule would come out, oh, my God. we're
Remember
with
how your
Arcane.
life changed?
Yeah.
Everything you'd done prior to that was just deemed irrelevant and like it didn't
Both
matter
just
now.
trembling, right? As soon as they got on, like, oh, my God, don't blow it. Don't
You know
blow
what?
it.
Like, honestly, sitting in between those two guys was a little intimidating. I mean, a little intimidating. Those guys are together every night. They're so good at what they do. And it was really cool having those last 2 hours to talk with them about the present day state of the Celtics, along with the history of the team as we celebrated 75 years of Boston Celtics basketball just then. If you missed any of that, it's all going to be podcast. And if you wanted to watch any of it, you can go and check twitch.tv/thesportshub, where it will be held as part of the archive. So that'll all be there if you missed anything. It was a lot of fun. Great conversation with both of those guys. And I think we covered a lot of ground. In the meantime, it's Friday. The Celtics aren't playing tonight, McCone. The Bruins aren't playing tonight either.
Awesome.
And we have a good opportunity right now to sort of take stock of where everything is, where all the teams are, whose stocks are going up, whose stocks are going down, who you should buy and who you should sell. And we'll do all that right now as we set the table.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. While you sit in end-of-day traffic, let Adam Jones set the table on 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Let's get started. Set the Table is brought to you by PropSwap. PropSwap, where you get the best odds in the country because you're buying from other sports bettors just like yourself. Go to PropSwap.com, where America buys and sells sports bets. Well, McCone, right now is a pretty good time to be a Boston sports fan. Honestly, it is. I mean, the Celtics and the Bruins are probably the two hottest teams in their respective leagues right now. The Celtics definitely are.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. The Bruins are right there, too. I mean, there's other teams. Edmonton's been hot lately, and Colorado's obviously still very good, but the Bruins have won 13 out of their last 16 games. You got both of those teams hovering on the brink of the postseason, and they're peaking. I mean, the Celtics really peak. They've been peaking for about 3 months now. But, you look at sort of what's going on with both of those teams, and there's buzz. I mean, there's more buzz for the Celtics right now than the Bruins, and I think that, the hockey hardos certainly don't like that, but it's really their own fault. I think, all in all, you have, right now, number one, some very happy guys over there at TD Garden because they know they're getting plenty of playoff games at the very least. They're getting probably, I would say, a playoff run, and this is what I'm expecting, and I think what everybody's expecting is for the Celtics and the Bruins to, at the very least, go 2 rounds each, right? 2-3 rounds. I think with the Celtics, the expectations are probably a little bit higher than that right now. And who knows, with the Bruins and this kid they just picked up, he looked great last night. Those expectations have to be very high as well. What are your expectations right now, Tim McCone? Where do you stand on the two winter sports teams?
Look, you just had Grandy and Max on, and they both broke it down, and I thought they were absolutely right. Like, you look at it now and the kind of the landscape across the NBA. Do I think they're the favorites? No, not necessarily, but do I think that they're capable of making a deep run here and potentially competing for a championship? It sounds crazy to say it from where we started the beginning of this year and really up until January 1st. You didn't think that was on the table, but the way that they're playing, and again, I was in here earlier this week with you, and I'm like, it just feels like every time they play, you blink once and they're up 20, and that's continued this week too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're still playing at an elite level, and you look at kind of the way that Jason Tatum has continued to mature and kind of blossom into the superstar that we were all expecting him to become. I think a deep playoff run for the Boston Celtics is absolutely on the table. I think if they were to get bounced out early on in the postseason, I think that would be a major disappointment for Celtics fans and for the Celtics right now. And you look at the way the Bruins played last night, like you said, the new addition as well. I think that that's certainly on the table too. But for me, expectations for the Celtics are much higher. I just think that the ceiling now for them has totally changed, and the way that we need to kind of view them has changed here, especially over the last couple of months.
I'd agree with that. I think that there is right now higher expectations for the Celtics, but more of a sense of urgency with the Bruins. With the Celtics, you don't want to waste any more years of Tatum and Brown while they're under contract. You don't want them to start, looking for the exit or anything. I don't think we've heard much about that lately, certainly with the way this team's been winning. But, you got these guys here on these contracts. They have a decision to make when these contracts are up, and they can sign for their supermaxes or not. And if they're going to do it here, or if they're going to, test free agency or whatever it is they're going to do. But that's not coming up next year. That's not a year from now, 2 years from now. I guess maybe it's 2 with Brown, but still. With Patrice Bergeron, who's been MIA lately with this elbow infection, this could potentially be it. I mean, this could be the end of a career for Patrice Bergeron if he indeed retires at the end of the season. It's the end of his contract, and despite the fact that this team has been winning without him, and they have, I mean, they've won 3 in a row, and I think 3 of their last 4 without him. It's been a little tougher to sort of imagine, I think, a deep run or continued sustained success beyond the career of Patrice Bergeron. That's just a hard thing to imagine. It's a hard thing to picture if you're a Bruins fan. Not the least of which is because there's not a ton of great young talent coming up through the pipeline on that team through Providence or anything like that. If there were, they'd be playing right now and they wouldn't have to make all these moves. But instead, Sweeney over the last 2 years at the deadline has been pretty deft, I think, at sort of making these in-season trades, getting Taylor Hall last year, getting Hampus this year, and both guys immediately, and we'll see what happens with Hampus, how well he really fits in, but both of them exploded onto the scene with these teams. Taylor Hall, he was scoring goals right away. It was against Buffalo and New Jersey, but he was still, going out there making an impact right away. Hampus made an impact right away. I think, for the Bruins and their fans, this could be it. This could be the last push, before things start to, and they already have started. I mean, Chara's gone, Krejci's gone. It's not like the whole gang's still together right now, but Bergeron's different. Losing Bergeron, if he decides to retire, that is a whole different can of worms, I think.
Well, look, I think you put it perfectly, right? I think the expectations are probably higher for the Celtics, but that sense of urgency because of just the clock is definitely ticking on this core for the Boston Bruins is probably higher. But I look across the landscape of the NHL, and I liked what they did at the deadline, obviously, kind of shoring up the D there. I still think that there are teams ahead of them where I wouldn't be stunned necessarily if they were to get knocked off. I look at the Celtics, would I be surprised? Not necessarily, but I think they're capable of really beating any team now across the landscape on the NBA. So I think that they're more capable of making that deep run and potentially bringing home a championship, which, again, is not something that I even considered a few weeks ago, to be honest. Never mind, 2 months ago. I didn't think that this was as legit as it is, but they've been playing so well. They're so good defensively. Jason Tatum, offensively, just feels like he's gotten to another level here. I think it's... Look, I don't think that they should necessarily be scared of anyone right now. Do they match up well with certain teams? Probably not as well as others, but look, you're going to have tough series if you're going to bring home a championship anyways. I think that right now it's on the table, and these guys are starting to get a little older, starting to mature a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily ahead of schedule for them now to make that deep run in a championship.
617-779-0985 is the phone number. It's a little late in the show, but we're releasing the hounds, as they say, from 2 to 6. You've been wanting to call in and talk to us here over the course of the last 2 hours. We got phone lines open with your name on them right now. How far can the Celtics go? How far can the Bruins go? Are you willing to bet the mortgage on it? We'll do that, and we'll discuss the 2 teams that aren't playing right now and the off seasons that they've had. That's all coming up next here on the Sports Hub.
The Adam Jones Show.
Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive. Being a baseball fanatic like me can be stressful. It's not all sports points and touchdowns. So Progressive is going to help you take your mind off your team for a moment. Instead of thinking about how they missed that goal point score, think about the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, letting you choose coverage options based on your budget. Unlike your team that missed the end zone net area. Well, anyway, hope this distraction about Progressive's Name Your Price tool was helpful. It sure kept me from thinking about all those penalty balls. Yay, sports!
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Did you hear the news? Your neighborhood Target just got better. With a fresh look, easy pickup and delivery options, and the same low prices you love. Come see what's new.
Now 20 seconds with Scott Zolak.
Patriots down 28-3, fourth quarter of a Super Bowl, and they come back to win. To see the drive and sort of where that thing was heading, the improbability of a 99.9% chance of not winning this football game when that fourth quarter kicked off, and to come away after James White was pitched that football and to win it, just to see the euphoria of it, just the improbable comeback was my all-time highlight.
Hear more of Zoe with Mark Bertrand weekday mornings at 10 on 98.5, The Sports Hub.
Hey, it's Dakota from Braintree for SwingJuice.com. As you know, Swing Juice is a fun lifestyle apparel brand for golf and baseball fanatics. For golf lovers, we have the highest in quality on-the-course golf polos, quarter zips, performance hoodies, hats, and more. And if it's off the course, we got your back too, with fun golf-inspired t-shirts and the comfiest hoodies around. Check us out now at SwingJuice.com. That's SwingJuice.com and hit 'em straight.
Hey, it's Maz. Are you late to the game on getting your annual heating system check? I know springtime is approaching, but there are still cold nights ahead, and if you've had your heating system running all winter long, it may fail, leaving you in the cold. Rodenizer Home Services wants to make sure your home stays safe and comfortable by offering